Alright, going to make sure this is live for sure before I get going more here, or whatever, basically. Basically. Alright, yes. This does, in fact, look to be live here. Yes, hello. This is Sinister Game Being here with a new stream. And this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week, whatever, from very early Thursday, like per usual, whatever, in Grand Theft Auto Online. Once again with a Tuesday stream, I guess, but oh well, whatever. Better late than never after all. But yes. Going into the title of the stream, there is 2 times money and RP on the Terabyte client jobs. Actually, also what is hovered over right now on the main menu here. Funny enough, too. But yeah, client jobs, I think there's like 6 of those or something you can choose from. They're like kind of mission things you could basically do in a Terabyte. That got introduced with the After Hours DLC when the Terabyte like first came out during the drip feed of the After Hours DLC. Obviously, I mean, and not obviously day one for that update per se. Regardless, I think it was kind of clear what I meant there, essentially, in a sense. Alright, but yeah, I'm trying to think of all the different ones. Maybe kind of try to think of the order of them too. I don't know. I mostly played 4 of them. There's kind of 2 of them that I think kind of act like challenges. So I don't know if I necessarily know what's on those, but starting off, I think on top it's called like Robbery in Progress or something. I'm pretty sure it is. Where I believe you're meant to like look at like 6 different locations basically on like a screen essentially for the terabyte screen, and you can like look at 6 different locations for that client job. Like different Felisa banks, there's a Pacific Standard, it's like more of a specialty location. It can be, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, aside for that, maybe all the rest of those 5 are all Felisa bank locations. Pretty sure it could be wrong. But yeah, essentially at one of those 6 locations, you have like, I believe a Juggernaut to take care of and whatnot. It's pretty easy, especially if you do like Stone Hatchet. Then again, if the character has a minigun, there's obviously you can maybe just use missiles from like VAR or something like you do for a lot of different contents, or what is kind of maybe ideal for a lot of different contents, basically. I forget if that one pays like the usual 30k. I think it kind of does. And yeah, when I say 30k, I mean like regular amounts. So obviously, since it's double, that would be like 60k, which is not bad, I feel, with how quick you can usually do these. But they probably do have quite some cooldown to them as well, so I would probably recommend maybe finding other things to do as well. Especially if playing solo and not necessarily able to swap COs and MCs of like a group, I think you can do, and kind of alleviate the cooldown with doing it with other COs and stuff. Talking in general sense, obviously there, not just Robbery in Progress, but yeah. Okay, and yeah, there's whatever the second one is. I don't actually do that one that much, I believe, since it involves like a moving vehicle, and I don't necessarily use the weaponized Tampa too much or something to care to do that one. I believe you have to like involves like a car and like some data, if I recall right, if I remember right, for what the second one on the list kind of is. But yeah, fucking. I think that's my least favorite one. That's not like the challenge ones, basically. So yeah, I don't necessarily remember that one too much. You might you might usually want to be in like an air vehicle. It might have you like do something on your like phone or something like a secure serve hack or something. kind of like what you do in like Doomsday Heist with like it was Act One or something, right? I believe of like using the Deluxos, followed by like the cargo planes, stuff like that. Pretty sure on it. Might be something similar to that if I remember right. And then yeah, you have like some kind of like moving vehicle maybe you have to get the data from or something. I kind of forget on that one though, but yeah, I think it's maybe something like that. It's just not as worth it as the main other three. As like the main three, you should probably be grinding. I would say. I mean, I think those two are the only ones you can do without like a drone station installed. At least for the non-challenge ones, at least. Then there's I want to say the next one on the list is diamond shopping, I'm pretty sure. That one you have to go to Evangelical Jewelry, so it's always at a set location. It does also require the drone station to be installed, and yeah, they kind of expect to use the drones, but the way to do it is you just want to go to the place on foot and whatnot. Makes the mission a lot more convenient, like quick and stuff, because doing the drones probably a slow and dreaded, painful like process or something, especially if you're trying to grind a lot of them efficiently. And I believe you always deliver at like Marlow Vineyards or something, I believe. Each and every time I think it goes there. Sounds pretty straightforward. The destination stuff doesn't really change much, so it can in some ways be one of the better two to grind. But yeah. And then there's another one I believe called Target Data. Not to be confused with the other one I was describing earlier, like the car and whatnot. There's like data in like a car or something again for that second one on that list of the missions you can do. Yeah, I think there's one called Target Data basically, or some similar name that goes to the Life Invader office. That'll be your other one that does for sure require a drone station, and you will need to have it bought to even start up. But again, don't even bother with the drone if you're trying to do it efficiently. Just go on foot. Just know where the Life Invader office is. But yeah, diamond shopping and target data, whatever. Thankfully, as long as you're familiar with the story and stuff, obviously you should know where to go for those interiors for early parts of the story. Obviously, if for some reason you've just never played story, then you might not necessarily know where to go. But yeah, fucking, it's kind of like top leftish of the city, I would say, per se. Kind of similar, kind of like placement near like Del Perro, but like a good bit to the right and stuff. I don't know how to describe it per se. Either way, they're pretty obvious locations, and I would just recommend looking up the Evangelical Jewelry Store, like the Life Invader building, if for some reason you don't know. Yeah, that one. I believe you do some hacking in the Life Invader building, basically. And then, yeah, you might just go to a drop off as well from there. Kind of forget, I haven't actually played that one in a while. But, and then it's not as familiar for me as the other one, obviously, for Diamond Shopping. But it's definitely one of the better ones as well, I would say, since the location's always set in stone. At least for where you do the actual activities of the mission, essentially. That one actually might have different point Bs or whatever where you like drop off data or whatever though. If I remember that might be something you do there basically. But yeah, again, keep in mind that does require a drone station upgrade to be purchased. But it is pretty worth having that just to be able to do those two client jobs, I would say alone, even if you don't plan on using the actual drones themselves. And then the other two, I don't necessarily actually know per se what the names are of them on top of my head. Again, I pretty much suggested I want to play them. But I believe there are two that do require at least one other player in your like CO, like MC, VIP, whatever, basically. So like an associate, like prospect, all that kind of stuff. So there are some kind of two like challenge missions I think that require like at least two players. Fucking what else though? Fucking fucking. But yeah, I think they kind of work like the VIP challenges where the people get like the different amounts of money basically depending on like how good they do or something. So yeah, not everybody gets the full payout and whatnot, so generally they just don't pay as good as the four like more traditional client jobs if I remember right. So there's practically no reason to do those last two. I think they're like more like challenges rather than actual full on client jobs. Unless you just want some fun of like your unless you just want some fun obviously with like your associates, prospects, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, those last two really aren't made for money per se. They're just fun challenges. they're just fun challenges if I remember right. Yes, yes indeed. But yeah, back then they used to pay pretty good. Obviously, I would say they kind of maybe got outclassed. I would say a couple years later, maybe with like the security contracts and stuff in terms of free mode work, particularly. Cause yeah, like security contracts, if you do like 200, 201, you can get like that safe income up to 20K like permanently or something each time for like 48 minutes. In addition to those missions being able to be like, I think like 40K compared to what the standard like 30K of these are basically. So nowadays, I don't think people really run client jobs as often, but 30K on double with 60K is definitely pretty decent money for free mode work, I would say. So I would definitely say this might be the one of the main attractions for the event. I would say no doubt for money. Albeit there are some pretty good money opportunities this event actually, so it's kind of hard to say if I would rank it as like top two or like maybe even top three for the week. As I'll kind of get into sometime during the stream, obviously. And yeah, apparently, if you complete three of the client jobs, you will earn a $100,000 bonus. And if you want to complete three different ones, again, I'd probably recommend the robbery in progress, diamond shopping, and like target data, whatever life invader one, basically. As the three different ones, if you want to do like three different ones to get that. Yeah, it should be the wiki challenge, I'm pretty sure, and probably no clothing item. I'm guessing it's just the usual 100K this time around. And then mobile operations are two times money in RP. Yeah, mobile operations. Those are those missions you do in the MSC. Kind of like those contact missions, yeah, from like the gun running DLC, basically. Kind of contact missions, but you have to go into actual vehicle to start them up, so you can't really do it freely for deposit menu whenever you want, and probably not for like playlists either. I'm guessing. For a more recent example, they're kind of similar to like those Avenger missions you can do basically from the Avenger Operations Terminal they had with like San Andreas Mercenaries when they updated the Avenger for 2023. Fucking, fucking. But yeah, there's quite a few to several of the missions. I believe there might be up to 8 mobile operations, up to maybe. In fact, it maybe would be more comparable to special vehicle work that came out like the year prior compared to even the 2023 content, obviously, which I would say is more similar to actual contact missions. But mobile operations, I feel, is kind of like the special vehicle work, but for gun running DLC, essentially. And then naturally, it does involve a lot of vehicles that were released during the gun running DLC. Since again, it's similar to the special vehicle work, like the weaponized Tampa, the half track, DNFAV, APC, the oppressor, possibly, etc., etc., etc. And depending on like what vehicles kind of involved in some of those, you do get some trade prices for those if you are doing it for your first time, essentially. But yeah, mobile operations, I don't actually know if they've upped the pay for those ever, like they have for like the pause menu contact missions. So yeah, I don't know if like 30, 40K would maybe be the amount you kind of get on double for those then, if they haven't like had payment increases, like stuff like the ELP missions, maybe for example, like the rescue ELP missions, like the Super Yacht Life, all those other kind of like contact missions, updated contact missions that were past like 2013 that you could like do from the pause menu essentially, that have kind of received recent buffs in the last like year or so. But I forget if these ever got a buff or not. I'm kind of thinking not, just because it's not through like the pause menu though. That's kind of what they focused on like a lot of those buffs for missions. So pay might be sadly a bit outdated on those. But again, if you do need trade prices for your gun running vehicles, still definitely some good stuff to do. Besides for that, since you have to go into the MOC each time, I know again you have to go into Terabyte technically, like I was pretty much suggesting for the client jobs, but those are honestly quite a lot bit more worth it. And plus, those you actually do in free mode, whereas these you have to cheat. Whereas these, yes, you do actually go into a separate lobby to do them, like an actual contact mission that goes to the lobby screen, basically. So they're really not that seamless to do. See, unless you need like certain trade prices, honestly, I would probably say it's not too hard, like worth shooting for it. And then technically, I guess there's career progression to do with those. So unless you need that or gun running trade prices, I guess they're not the most worthwhile to do. I would kind of say. And if you're doing the career progression, you might have to like speed run those missions too. I kind of forget, but still don't. Yeah, I don't know if I really have much more to say on these, to be honest. I haven't played the particular missions in a long time per se. I didn't necessarily know if I would have good advice to give on these, but whatever. As long as you kind of know how the vehicle kind of works, I guess obviously it should be kind of good to know how to do certain ones. Like kind of for example, the half track one. At least in free mode, I think even without like the armor plating, I think you can only get shot for like the sides. So take advantage of that as you will, and only worry about being shot from like the side windows, for example, for like the half track, at least as an example, for like half track bully, I think it might be called, for the mission or something like that. Anyways. And then yeah, I don't know why this is here like this. Join Plus benefits. Join Plus to get $500,000 each month and member-only benefits. This month's benefits expire on April 2nd. They probably mean May 2nd, because, like, what the fuck? It's April 29th right now? Not April 2nd. Or, like, it's even past April 2nd. So, yeah, probably has something, probably a mistake or something. I don't know if that's why it's, like, grayed out, giving, like, a decline thing here. Like, it's not letting me go through with the sound effect, obviously, there. But, oh, well. Well. Kind of a waste of one, but honestly, there's so much more they could do in this menu and stuff, and they just don't for some reason. And they put nowhere near what they used to put, like when the game like first came out in this menu, unfortunately. Yeah, more plus promotion. Basically, this time it's actually doesn't have any mistakes in it. Basically. Oh well, actually, you can't play Hunting Pack Get Lamar anymore because they vaulted it already as expected. Actually, this one is misleading too because you can't play Hunting Pack Get Lamar even since they already vaulted it for the week after, as I pretty much expected they would. Because modern day Rockstar just vaults everything after like a fucking week basically nowadays, which is kind of pathetic, honestly. I guess they kind of treated it like the Lunar New Year stuff where it was like holiday themed, but in defense, at least for the Lunar New Year stuff, at least that lasted a couple weeks. I would have liked them to just keep it around to like summer update if there's going to be a summer update, which surely there will be, I'm guessing. Which could possibly be the final DLC, of course, because 6 is supposedly coming out this year, basically. Supposedly. Fuck ass Spotty boy, come on. But yes. Yes. Like, honestly, though, who really knows, though, what the whole, like, shadow operation they're doing with, like, GTA 6, essentially, like... I could see it happen this year, honestly. And that maybe they're just being super quiet about it and everything. But, yeah. Fucking... It's almost May, where there's going to be another one of those investor earning call things, whatever, so... There could be an actual good chance of something for once next month, maybe. But who really knows? Again. Way more plus promotion. Wonderful. But yeah, all that stuff's old stuff, basically. Goddamn, even more plus promotion, right? Goddamn, they have the first three things for that. It's kind of unusual feel, but... I think it's kind of unusual, to be fair, but whatever. The event goes till the 30th. Yeah, because again, I'm doing this on Tuesday. They usually start on like very early Thursday. Or technically speaking, I guess it technically goes to like early May 1st, technically speaking, but yeah. Depending on time zone, but at least for me it does. Oh yeah, actually before I go on, actually Saturday I didn't really get to play all the maps on the hunting pack at Lamar. I decided to get on at like last moment of the game, basically. Or actually not. I kind of gave myself an hour or two because I knew I wanted to play the maps, but for some reason my internet went out on fucking Wednesday, like early Thursday, whatever, fucking. So I couldn't play the last two fucking maps, basically. And then on my stream, people were being fucking dumbasses, quitting the fucking game. Lamar fucking quit, and then it fucking Instead of signing on new Lamar, even though there was like over 4 players, it fucking just went back, and I was like, nope. It went back, and then I think it even went to the fucking third map, and I was like, oh, nope, if it's not even letting me do the second map, then I'm like, nope, I'm fucking out of here for this whole stream. So yeah, fucking wonderful. Only got to play the first fucking map, basically. Because players were being dumb when I was live streaming, and also internet went out because my ISP is a fucking bitch, basically. Isn't it? Isn't it? But yeah, like I said earlier, obviously, Tekken goes till beginning May 1st, basically, for this event, and then later on that day is the next event, obviously, surely. Alright, yeah, that is in fact weekly challenge. I think earlier I said it was 100k, didn't necessarily it was tied to weekly challenge earlier per se though, but realistically speaking, it obviously was, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, 2 times more operations. Also, a little preview on discount, but we'll talk about it basically later, I guess. But yeah, obviously, with the naming of the missions, you obviously do need that certain vehicle, basically, to get access to those missions, so... so, for sure, for this event, I would say it's definitely a worthwhile purchase. Otherwise, it's not tied to the actual bunker business side, per se. It's not the most necessary to get, and it's the first of the like service vehicles in the game, so honestly it doesn't do too much unique stuff aside for the mobile operations. I guess technically speaking, if you're trying to maximize on personal vehicle storage, you can actually put a personal vehicle storage slot in there, which is a unique personal vehicle slot for like 1 extra vehicle storage, which 1 extra vehicle is not a lot, but it is 1 vehicle storage slot you cannot get any other way if you want to store as many vehicles as possible, so I would probably recommend the MLC for that as well, technically speaking. Like for me, I have the Mark 1 oppressor in it. Not Terabyte, obviously, but the MLC, I have the Mark 1 oppressor in there, since Mark 2, obviously, is the only place you can actually modify the Mark 2, basically, for the Terabyte. So it kind of makes it where both oppressors are in a service vehicle, so that's kind of why I have that in the MLC. It's actually pretty nice as well, because whatever vehicle you actually put in there, you also can... Sorry, but yeah, my hernia and throat and shit keeps being a bitch, so sorry if I'm talking kind of weird, but yes. It's actually kind of worth noting, though, that whatever vehicle you actually put in the MOC, you can actually, like, call from the interaction menu instead of actually having to, like, call the mechanic for it, so... It actually is pretty nice if a vehicle spawns, you can just go for the interaction menu. So whatever fits in there, basically, you kind of put there just to call for the interaction menu, and you don't even have to call the mechanic for whatever vehicle. So you could definitely put whatever huge, like, significant vehicle or whatever that fits in there. That's a huge grinding vehicle or something for you, and you could get some better spawn convenience for something, basically. So it actually is a pretty strategic vehicle you could actually put in that slot. Makes it a lot more convenient to spawn, basically. So honestly, it is pretty worth getting an MC, I feel, just for that, though. Like, aside for those mobile operations. Thinking more and more about it. But yeah, if I have anything more to say about it, I will go over that, obviously, later in the stream, though. But yeah, Acid Lab bonuses, apparently. Wait, last week's smoke screen. Wait, wait. Last week's smoke screen. Wait, hold on, what? Huh? Wait. Oh yeah, 420. I think that's all they're just referring to there with the smoke screen, just 420, I guess. I was like, wait, what the fuck they talking about? I didn't do anything with Acid Lab or something last week, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe they did, I kind of forget when I covered stuff. But yeah, I think it's just reference to that, my bad. But yeah. For the Acid Lab resupply missions, apparently you do get double supplies, which makes them more worthwhile to do, I guess. If you don't necessarily care to purchase the supplies. But yeah, honestly, purchasing supplies can always just make your money back some other way, which is pretty easy to do with the client jobs. For example, in 2 times money RP, you could basically do like 2 of those and actually pay for like pretty much any one thing of supplies. If it's like 75k for supplies, like most other businesses. If not, you could probably just do just one client job and basically get all the money back from that alone for this current event. And those might always, buying supplies might always get you full things of supplies, whereas even with double, you might not even get necessarily a whole thing of supplies for all I know on these resupply missions. Plus, you have to do a whole mission just to get the supplies, and you're only saving like 5 digits of money, which you can easily get back pretty quick. Usually, even without money opportunities like the client job thing. So really saving that time investment is kind of what's worthwhile there. I would say just buying the supplies, to be honest. But at least they're making it more worthwhile to do for those resupply missions. At least they're trying there, at least. And then Astrolab production speed is also doubled. It says ensuring maximum profits, but I don't assume it's like flat out like 2 times. It just sounds like it's gonna make the acid like produce quicker, essentially. And then yeah, another service vehicle and discount there with the Brigade 6x6. Now, you don't actually have to buy the Brigade 6x6 if you're wanting to do like the first dose missions. For sure, you get the asset map for free if you do it that way for the first dose missions. So if you are willing to do like a set of like 6 contact missions, you can basically just get the vehicle for free anyways, but essentially you can just fast track the whole thing. You don't have to do the 6 missions if you just spend money on Warsaw Cash and Carry. It also does seem to come with the Asset Lab installation if you do manage to do it that way. But again, you do have to buy the vehicle, and you can technically get it for free at any point in the game. So you can technically just get it for free, so it really just saves you time again if you buy that like that on the actual Warsaw website. So honestly, I'd probably just do the missions if you're patient. But if you're impatient, don't want to spend time on the missions, just buy it, I guess, for 30% off. Makes it more worthwhile to do it. Makes it actually more worthwhile to skip the missions and just buy it if you want, I guess, for the 30% off. Bro, that's worse than getting it for free anyways, so I would think about it before you do that for sure. If you are yet to have the vehicle basically at all. I really just think it's worth for sure doing the missions for it. And save the money in the first place. Though it might only be a 6-digit price, like without the discount and otherwise. So it's not necessarily the most expensive thing, I believe, in the world. If I remember right, anyways. There's apparently also 2 times money on this week's FIB priority file. Now, I believe this 2 times actually on top of the usual double as well, so it's essentially a 4 times money opportunity, I believe, right now, too. 2-2. So I believe Black Box pays something like $620,000 or something, since it's on the normal 2 times for the week, since it always kind of rotates between those four. One's always like 2 times, and you can only do like the 1 time for the event. However, on top of that, there's also an actual 2 times, actually, because it says 2 times money on top of the already boosted payout. So it's essentially 4 times money. It is essentially a 4 times money opportunity for that. Instead of 2 times because of the 2 different boosts on it. For the 2 different 2 times boosts, essentially stacking for 4 times. But again, you can only do it 1 time, and then you just cannot play it flat out, like, at all. Honestly, I think Black Box is my least favorite one personally, in terms of, like, gameplay at least, like, efficiency and whatnot. Like, obviously all the missions are fun, like, design-wise, obviously I never really complain about that, for me anyways. But, yeah, fucking... You can only do it the 1 time, you might as well do it if you hop on the game at all for, like, a half hour or so. They're pretty quick if you know what you're doing for speedrunning them. You can usually do them like 20, 30 minutes, maybe. Probably more like half hour, maybe. That's a decent bit of money for just a half hour of your time, basically. And then you can also shoot for the challenges as well, which might also get you like 670,000 even, so like 620,000 like on top. I think you can get like 50K if you do like the challenges like all properly on your one run. Which for this one, you have to shoot the 4 engines of the vehicle, I'm pretty sure, for the cargo plane. You have to get all the contents for the 3 different contents. You have to get the 2 side contents, and then you have to get the main content last, I believe. And then you have to get something like 5 or 10 kills in general, I think, for the escape, I think. Doesn't really matter if you die, if you can be 5 kills, like, at all. I don't know if it could be, like, NPC kills. I'm not sure if that counts, but... At least kill 5 of the main enemies, of course. And that should basically do it, I think. So the challenges are pretty easy for all the mission challenges. Or, no, I would say most of them are easy, I guess. If you think of the one for, like, brute force, that can kind of be a pain in the ass, I guess. But, yeah, that's a different file anyways, of course. And that was apparently it for the actual, like, stuff for the current event. Otherwise, kind of just talk about day 1 of Agent Sabotage for just one, like, all the way on the right, and a lot of that stuff with the Oscar Guzman flies again. That dropped early in March, basically, for, like, last month. That I've obviously basically already covered at some point in the game's lifespan for the recent Agent Sabotage DLC. Was it usually just Beer Box screen like that? Forget. Yeah, nothing going on with heists, obviously, as expected. Especially since they recently did a huge heist fiend a couple events back. Career progression. I actually kind of don't think client jobs are part of career progression, if I recall right. But if they are part of career progression, then that can be something nice to shoot for. Again, mobile operations, I think, do have some stuff for career. Again, I do think the mobile operations do have some stuff involved for the career progression. Going back into here, I guess, talk about some stuff here to go with that, I guess. Yeah, acid lab stuff is involved with career progression, as you would expect, since drug wars, a huge part of that was that business. In a lot of different DLCs, obviously, if not like all of the major ones, anyways, obviously have challenges, and drug wars was technically a major update. Especially with the business alone. And Agent Sabotage obviously has the career progression for the the couple latest ones, obviously for career progression, obviously would be helpful with this. Yeah, 600k is a good bit for something, so that could maybe be a huge stepping stone for that if you have yet to do that. For the Fireball ASP and all those other different rewards I've obtained for that, basically myself. Since I have fully completed the recent couple, having early access vehicles, obviously, at the time. So at least those ones are worth shooting for career progression so far, with what I've went over. And yeah, join free mode, I'll obviously go to invite only for story mode like I usually do. But assume again it's May 2nd, not April 2nd, like they accidentally ended up putting here for the end of the plus thing. So, I'm not sure though. This might be the last week for it though. Do you believe, kind of though? But if not, then the week after will be the last week for the things here. But if it doesn't go to new plus event, obviously next event it's surely going to be the one after. Yeah, just going to invite only now. Sorry, it took like 40 minutes, but yeah. Hernia throat and all kinds of shit. Fucking it's all kinds of different behaviors and shit I feel anymore. Fucking. But this time, hopefully, I won't be falling asleep during the stream. To be fair, that was only for like an hour. But yeah. I am wearing the Michael outfit since I did obtain it last time when I did the Yuga custom finally for the tier 4. I finally won for those payphone hits, obviously the last event off stream. Like I pretty much described there for 420, since I thought for sure it was probably pretty much going to be the final 420 event. In case, of course, 6 released for... In case, of course, GTA 6 releases this year. Possibly, of course. With how radio silent they've been there, of course, we don't know, technically speaking, but yeah. And yeah, I don't know why I'm speaking about it so much recently. Yeah, fucking... I'm not big on doing that, really. Fucking... I don't know, I just get frustrated, like, fucking... Goddamn, no. Like, we survived as long as we did, and people just keep... I don't know, just keep mentioning GTA 6 constantly, bro, like, bro, I think we all get it, like, so much of us are looking forward to that shit when it drops and shit. Hopefully, anyways, and hopefully they haven't lost their touch. Hopefully they have not lost their touch and everything. But with Red Dead Redemption 2, how good that was, I'm hoping they still know what they're doing, obviously, I would hope. So yeah, I was doing a laser, I'm pretty sure last time. I've had the mogul and the sea breeze. I didn't bring any of those back in my hangar recently with the increase in storage. Pretty sure I had those both for a while. Stream of 216, I definitely had that for a while still, since Sea Sparrow. Weaponized Kanata, I definitely did since I bought the regular Kanata and I already used that more recently. In a stream B11, I've definitely had that for a while. That's 300H was a new one. I basically already flew that then. Alright, let me take the Howard NX25 for a spin, I guess. So that was one I've definitely added back recently. It's not a weaponized one that is customizable with engine upgrades, handling, all that kind of stuff. But it wasn't weaponized, so obviously that was one I did drop out the hangar before the recent increase in storage. Just to use some different aircrafts, I guess. Why not? With the Oscar Guzman stuff and whatnot. Just to probably crash this one like crazy like I did for the laser probably anyways. But it's just to use some different stuff to use basically or something. Why not make things different for a while? The Howard X25, I kind of forget this one's all that good compared to even Alpha C1. Probably not. It's probably not necessarily one to use for the plane races. I'm not saying it's bad. It's obviously probably like top couple few or something, especially being a non-weaponized one. They probably made it really good for performance at least, I would have hoped. Besides for the Alpha C1, yeah. Yes, but yes. Oh shit. No, oh shit. Wait, yo, what the fuck? This thing still survived. What the fuck? Gee, I guess I underestimated how good this could last something. I mean, to be fair, it does have armor upgrades and stuff on like the laser, but sheesh, I didn't expect that. How much force that probably had head on and shit. Actually have to still be standing and stuff. Not gonna lie, if I was gonna blow up or something. God, if I was for sure gonna blow up or some shit, or I didn't necessarily expect the propeller to break per se, but yeah, fucking, I probably definitely expected the whole vehicle to literally explode after all for the aircraft there. Yes, yes, yes. So the regular time trial for the event is Great Ocean Highway. Fun fact, actually, I was kind of messing about early on in the current event again, because I kind of mentioned I was trying to play the new maps, but the ISP was being dumb as fuck, the internet service provider, and my internet went down or some shit. Fucking, so that kind of ruined my plans there, so I was kind of playing early in the event, fucking around in free mode. Instead, I guess. Somebody actually asked if I had a... Somebody actually weirdly asked me if I had a hawk... Actually, yeah, weirdly, yes. Tongue twist, yes, bro. Come on. Somebody did ask me if I had a hawk drag on me, probably because I was like high level or something, high rank. So I naturally do have a lot of stuff. Because I am one of those legit ones, basically, obviously. Not an illegitimate one like other ones probably are. That are like 8,000 and shit, obviously, for one example. So yeah, somebody actually wanted to do, they just WN this one with my Hawktail Drag, apparently. I guess I let them, apparently. So, had one of those rare for me anyways, with some experiences for the game because I don't really communicate with people or nothing much of a shit really. And fucking, I'm more of the lone wolf kind of player, really. I'll be honest. But yeah, that was something at least. I didn't necessarily pay attention to where they were going and stuff to have anything interesting to say much here. But it says Great Ocean Highway, so you probably just use the highway for the most part. This one might be a huge straight one where you might be able to get away with top speed over lap time for once. Actually, wouldn't surprise me actually. But yeah, I did just say just to be Hawkjar Drags and we want me to have them use mine or some shit basically. They assumed I had one at least anyways, and then obviously pretty much did. So pretty much have everything I want in this game for vehicles. And the Hawkjar Drag is a very good vehicle, HSW or not. But I don't usually go over vehicle advice because these are kind of a daily thing. Now, I think when Dangerous Mercenaries first came out, it was in fact a daily changing thing, but eventually I think they got tired of changing the thing daily, so they made it like a weekly thing again, kind of. At least for the actual time trial itself. But then, fucking, they ended up fucking, what's it called? Yeah, again, they ended up probably getting tired of changing the actual time trial each day, so they made it kind of weekly there. But you do have a daily 50k payout, I assume, like you do for the RCB and data and the Junk Energy. How those are like 50k a day, I assume it's like that for the regular time trials. You can basically just do it 7 days for 50k each time for like one time each day. And then, yeah, I'm going to recommend your best of motorcycles, cars, possibly sport cars. For some reason you don't want to use a supercar. For your best possible speed options. Now, it kind of is different depending on lap time or top speed. Like I said, I think this one actually does look like a good one for top speed for once. It said a Great Ocean Highway somewhere around here. It seemed when I was there briefly at one point. I had it like very particular spots at the Great Ocean Highway. Yeah, like here, for example. But yeah, I'd look into the best lap time or top speed motorcycles or cars, pretty much. If you want like some of the best options. If you're careful, obviously a motorcycle would probably be better. But yeah, supercars can also probably work too. Of course, pretty good. If you don't have to like worry about like inertia or like falling off the motorcycle, obviously, basically, I mean. The RC Bandito for day Tuesday, when the usual two have probably been going over forever. Yeah, construction site 2. Similar, should be kind of similar to the first one if you're kind of used to that, which is actually one of the earlier, which is yes, one of the earlier ones, not the earliest of the RC Bandito time trials. If we haven't been seeing HSW at least one time there, but yeah, I think my point is kind of understood maybe at that point. But yeah, for the most part, you gotta understand like the turns and corners to maximize usefulness, effectiveness on these. So I would just do the respawning method of like holding triangle, Y on Xbox, whatever key on PC, and just doing it yourself that way, or look up a video guide to learn those turns and corners or something, basically. basically. And yes, the name does suggest you're going to use the one vehicle, so you can't use like a big persuade tank that came out like a year later, for example, like the Dobson Heist update. These are made specifically for the RC Bandito, and does not allow even like other RC vehicles to get like the invade persuade tank. So yeah, no vehicle advice obviously for this one. just gotta learn turns and corners and all that stuff really on that one. But yeah, for the week here at HSW, touchdown for the week is HSW Textile City. And yeah, I'm glad some other person using my vehicle for their run did not disqualify me for mine for the week. But either way, I would probably just found a way to do it. Of course, without the marker, of course, like I usually do when having stream issues and stuff on a rare occasion. But yeah, I'm on the Karen S95, I believe, for the second week here now. Obviously, that's the one I decided to do after the RGT, which thank fuck I'm done with that one, because I was not happy with that vehicle having to use it. That one drives like a bitch, in my opinion. And it was definitely my least favorite HSW vehicle, the ones I've used for like 162-ish weeks since the game came out, or whatever. But I think this version of the game has been out for 162 free weeks or so at this point, which is kind of crazy. But yes. I know PC players wouldn't obviously get that. Yes, console people have had this for quite a couple years now. This one goes from Textile City over to Stab City, like it does put in the description of being. But yeah, really can use any vehicle you want though, since HSW does not have part-times unless you're actually in an HSW vehicle, so I think it kind of uses a class system like the HSW races, where you have like Class C, Class B, Class A. Class C, ironically, is a couple of classes that actually start with C, I believe, which is compacts and coupes for the one single compact that's actually in the image area, there's the RA, and then the two coupes of like the Sentinel XS, HSW, and then the fucking Euro X42, X42, HSW. Yeah, those couple are Class C's, those probably have one part-time. Class B has the muscle cars, SUVs, sports classics, and I believe they add off-road later on for Class B. I assume that's where that one got put, I believe, when I looked into it. That was the case, if I remember right, in the GT Wiki for something like that. Assuming that's how the part-time system kind of works behind the scenes or something. So, like, for example, technically the new Fireball ASP is supposed to be part of that. If the part-time actually worked correctly on the Fireball ASP. For the off-road class. And then Class A has the remaining classes that have HSW, basically, which is sports, supers, motorcycles. I believe that's it for Class A. So yeah, there might be 3 different part-times, depending on like what class of vehicle you're using, like whatever HSW class it falls into. Either that, or it's like individual off each individual vehicle or something for how it should work, since as you can see, there's no part-times not in HSW vehicle, but obviously there are part-times since I do these all the time on streams, basically. And then, yeah, as for shortcut potential, I guess you can maybe, of course, I can go this way, but South Spirit go probably that way, obviously. So I guess you kind of call that a shortcut since there's multiple ways to go about it there. And And then, yeah, you want to get to the highway as soon as possible over here and then try to avoid traffic if you're good at avoiding traffic, I guess. So that could be a shortcut. You can shortcut for here, obviously, technically as well, I believe. Maybe save a bit of time there. But honestly, I think for the most part, shortcuts in there, because from there you should pretty much just go the GPS route. And then, yeah, again for vehicles, for recent ones, there's the Banshee GTS for the sports class. That's the only one from the latest DLC actually works properly for the HSW Town Trials, which I kind of alluded to earlier. Has the best top speed of any land vehicle in the whole game, so it is a very good one to use. So anything that's not HSW Ultra Drag, that's pretty much the second best one to use, basically. I would say for the latest one to later, coupled with the HSW Banshee GTS. And then the second new one of Agent Sabotage technically is the Fireball ASP. But again, doesn't matter since the part-time doesn't work, unfortunately, anyways, as it currently stands. They probably won't fix that till the next update, which, of course, could probably be the last update for content update, anyways. With 6 possibly later in the year. But yes. Fucking. What's it called? I actually don't know if I necessarily have much more to say on this. I think I pretty much mentioned what's worth mentioning, to be honest, on it. Onto the Junk Energy Time Trial for day of Tuesday here. Probably one of the 2 I usually go for that as well, like the RCP and Dito ones. Doing mostly Tuesday streams lately, for some reason. Court Center, apparently. But in general, I don't actually do these that much, so I haven't actually done all of the different Junk Energy Time Trials, and it's a good particular advice much on all of them, but yes. In general, though, I feel as long as you obviously don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize on the curves boost, since you can only use the 2 inductor bikes for these. You can't use like a BMX even, so you always have the option for like the curves boost. Yeah, don't fall off, just go where you need to go, like maximize on that where you can. You should have no problem finishing for the most part. If that doesn't help, then I don't know what to really tell you aside from look up the video guide, to be honest on that, since honestly I feel these are some easier ones besides for the HSW, because I feel the later sets of time trials honestly tend to be some of the easier ones. Really, just in my experience, personally. Which naturally makes sense, obviously, because you have like less and less vehicles, or like certain selections of vehicles to use as for just about every vehicle for regular town trials, for example. But yes. Fucking. Yeah, onto the preem race for the event. onto yes, a preem race for the event. It is for the muscle car class. So I will go over the different vehicles depending on platform you'll probably want to use for that. Kind of all basically. So for 9th gen or PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced, you'll pretty much want to stick to HSW for the most part. I would say, obviously, since this would be kind of the best breed of vehicles for speeds and stuff, and it's why they're platform exclusives, and the older platforms aren't necessarily going to be able to be capable of the better speeds and stuff, possibly, for whatever reason. Fucking. Not gonna pretend to be like an armchair developer there, nothing. Fucking. What's it called? What's it called though? Fucking. But yeah, you have to. Maybe I'll go from worst to best. Probably would be best to do that. Yeah, that might be what I usually do. Kind of forget. But you have the Arbor GT, like I kind of mentioned earlier. Yeah, again, that one's not an amazing driving experience, in my opinion. So that one's probably one I would flat out avoid. Not only that, it's like 10th or 11th place, I think, for like lap time, if I recall, like in general. And then it's like the 4th one, obviously, for HSW, which is what I'm kind of going over at first. And then, yeah, top speed is a specialty of HSW, pretty much. So it is the 4th place top speed, like in general, for muscle cars, for sure. But again, it will be the worst of the HSW ones in that metric as well. So it's really just the worst of the worst for the muscle cars for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced. After that, you have the Bravado Buffalo EVX, which is 3rd place for HSW, at least for lap time. I'm not necessarily going to care to go over what it is in general. It might also be 3rd place in general on the lap time, being HSW. I would say it's sure as shit a lot better than the Arbor GT, at least. I believe it is, in general, the 3rd best top speed. Kind of second if you consider that the other two are literally one and the same for the most part, 99% of the way at least. And then I think it's an electric like hybrid, I think, for the Bravado Buffalo EVX or something, so it may be the best one for acceleration, if that matters much for racing, but I don't necessarily know if acceleration usually matters much for racing. Acceleration is usually how quick something gets top speed. So, like, if anything, that would be, like, if you were halted to, like, a stop or something, and, yeah, in most cases, obviously, that means top speed would be pretty garbage, but since it's HSW, obviously, it would actually be a pretty good top speed. And last but not least, number 2 and number 1 is basically the same vehicle, just number 2 is the convertible one from the Chop Shop DLC, the more recent one, which could maybe have the slightest difference for lap time, but if not, then it's pretty much the same as the number 1, which is the roofed version of the Vigero CX, basically, from the Criminal Enterprises DLC for the HSW version. And then they do have the same exact top speed, basically, so they're basically number 1 both for top speed for sure. But yeah, any difference in the lap time could just been user error or something from roughly 1322, or like just human error, basically, not seeing that he was bad at it or anything. It was maybe just to differentiate the positions on the spreadsheet or something. Just to kind of list them both as options or something. Maybe just kind of purposely made it a little different or something, and basically just one and the same. But yeah, pretty much Vigero CX is the way to go, pretty much, I believe, for muscle car pre-em race, basically. And then if you are on the 8th gen version of the game, being PlayStation 4, Xbox One, or PC Legacy, yeah, I'll go over maybe like the A tier or something for that, or just a couple S tiers or something, depending on like how the spreadsheet is for that, I guess. Bro, what the hell, bro? This massive pairs didn't get the fuck off my phone, bro. How the fuck they even on there in the first place? Alright, but yes. Okay, there are some S tiers, basically, which is what I'll go through for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. Legacy, since I have kind of changed up the way that I kind of do some things, I do kind of just go over the tier particularly. I don't necessarily focus on just the laptop top speed like I used to, like 3 from each for like the top couple for each section. Because you probably just want the overall best performance in a way, and the spreadsheet kind of does exactly what that spreadsheet is basically doing exactly that with the tier system after all, for sure. So you have the Dominator GT, which is a convertible Dominator, basically, that they released in, I believe it was Chop Shop DLC, definitely for that one. Seems like it will be your best option to basically use for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. Legacy, which would be 4th place, naturally, for the lap time. And then, because again, the Arbor GT actually has a worse lap time than some non-HSWs for the lap time, particularly for the Arbor GT. So yeah. 4th, otherwise 1st for lap time, obviously for the legacy platforms. And it's anywhere from like 12th to like like 8th or 9th, or whatever. I'm kind of getting too much in detail there, I think, actually. My bad. But yeah, Dominator GT is basically the best one for PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Legacy. Again, Dominator GT, whatever the convertible one they released in Chop Shop DLC, whatever, that people probably wish had a Rift version, and still probably do. Since that's how people be, I guess. And then you have like the Buffalo STX below that for like the Amani Tech Buffalo, basically, from the contract. And then below that, you have the Dominator FX from the last update, I'm pretty sure that was for Bomb Dollar Bounties. Yeah, those are your free S tier muscle cars for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, where you will not have the best of the best for the HSW vehicles. Will not have access to those, obviously, on those other platforms, so keep a couple alternatives there, basically. Basically. But I'm not going to go for the particular performances on those. I just figured I would just go over those, being that last couple S tiers and the S tiers that are available on the 8% platforms. I think that'll be enough information to kind of know. And then, yeah, what is lap time? What is top speed, by the way? Lap time will be most cases, and spreadsheets pretty much based primarily on lap time for the tiers, at least. That's turns and corners, pretty much what you have, obviously, for the most part. Aside for the certain niche situations, aside for, yes, certain niche situations where... Yes, that's goddamn fucking Steve body, come on. Aside for certain niche situations, N-I-C-H-E, by the way, niche. So I kind of feel like I'm on tongue twisted as fuck right now, and that's what I'm basically saying. Fucking, yeah. Turns and corners for lap time, most races, basically, aside for those niche situations. Yes, very much aside for those niche situations. Where you want top speed instead, which will be on highways, airport runways, and then airstrips, including like the new one over in Tongba Hills, for example, lately with the Oscar Guzman flies again. And then, yeah, Grapeseed, technically to a lesser extent, as my DualSense wireless controller battery gets low. An hour, 16 minutes-ish in the stream. Technically, fair, I guess I had on for like 2 hours, but still, I don't really understand how the hell my fucking shit dies this quick anymore nowadays. Whatever. Kush weed, I'll be honest, I didn't sell any, since I kind of just keep a whole batch for like the end of an update. That way when I do the stash houses, I kind of only get certain ones and whatnot, kind of like more for on an update, technically speaking. Oh, I gotta do my saves, so I didn't do that off stream, apparently, okay. I'll go to those then, I guess, on the stream. Yes, I will do those on the stream, podcast. Bro, come on. The ID business, the document forgery, yes, the crystal meth. Honestly, you know what, I'm gonna take my Avenger Thruster, I think, to get to those safes kind of quick, and then I'll get over to the casino, basically. Oh, I didn't actually go over everything yet. I meant to actually kind of explain a little more, actually. But yeah. By the way, how do you know what the course is going to be when I'm not going to... By the way, yes, how do you know what the course is going to be? Obviously, when I'm not going to an actual race course. You want to do square for start job, obviously, as you can see in the bottom right rectangle, which will be X on Xbox, and it will be whatever key it is on PC. Doing that from this will, for example, take you to that lobby screen for sure, obviously. From there, we'll give you all those details, obviously, on the lobby screen, but in addition to that, you can also do same button, I'm pretty sure, square, X on Xbox, working on PC when you get in there, and it should also show you the map of the race on the lobby screen. And I think when you also choose a vehicle, you can do that too, probably when you choose a vehicle, so you can get reminded of like an idea of if it's good for lap time, top speed or something, maybe. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the rest of what I wanted to mention. My bad, I just kind of forgot to mention those last little details I meant to go over. I accidentally kind of unpaused and then also got distracted at the fact that, yeah, I forgot to do that stuff. Oh well, my salvage drivers can go on to like 200k. I don't really do the like tow truck stuff, so like, yeah, it's really slow to get to 250k. If you don't do that, AF50, yeah, don't do that. Yes, yes, indeed. Okay, that's body, bro. Come on, come on, come on. I should probably start out with the fucking agency, of course, since that's my big one, obviously. That gets 250k. That I have set up for the 201 plus security contracts. Technically 201, it wasn't 200, it was technically 201 if I remember right. But one of those two numbers basically to get that max amount. I was kind of mentioning for like why it's not so good. Yeah, I don't necessarily count this for getting the stash house notification, by the way. Since I was meant to do this before, so close I'll get to that naturally. Maybe like luxury autos or something, something. Which I don't know if that's necessarily close enough to trigger that, so I might be doing that near the end. So I might be doing that near the end of the stream, like I kind of usually do. Really. Since again, I'm not counting it since I was supposed to have these bothered with, of course, before the stream, but I just did not. Apparently, did not. Apparently. At least just this in the arcade and actually Garment Factory too. Actually, at least. This fucking body, bro. Come on. Arcades over here, right? I was kind of just so focused on the Garment Factory because that was the one that kind of popped up. And like, plus they're real close, so if I don't pay much attention, I kind of go there by accident anyways. Right. I want to see the notification one every time, dude. Whatever, I guess. For some reason. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of actually have a feeling my nightclub one's complete right now, so I'm actually not gonna go to that one though. I would say what I would say. Well, there we go. Jeez. It's on the screen as long as it is, anyways. $14,799,000 apparently. Let's see. Right, down here. So that's all I'll do for now, at least. I fucking forget if my club is still producing or not. For the safe. I don't bother with it too much, so I assume it is. I do assume it is. But if not, then I'll get there later, I guess. And nightclub's only 1,500 per time anyways. With no popularity, I believe. Hell, to answer the gang attack. How? Armor truck, don't really care to do that, obviously, but yes, indeed. Yeah, sorry about having to do all the extra stuff there, but yeah, I forgot to claim the money, and I kind of want to keep that rolling, because that's a good chunk of how I make my money, of course, doing these streams and stuff. Basically. Huh. Alright, but yes.
Come check out the
So it looks like for the podium vehicle for the week here, let's see, I believe that Albany Cavalcade XL, I believe this would be. Which I believe was added in the Chop Shop DLC, I believe. Yeah, Cavalcade XL, okay. Yeah, that was definitely added in Chop Shop DLC, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
Ready to fill that void
Okay,
in your soul
body
for a
brick,
moment?
come on.
Shop for the hottest new fashions at the casino store.
Yeah, I got the visitor bonus for today, actually. And yeah, before I forget, actually, let me go over to Sports Sport for the Tuesday. That kind of happened, like, as I was with the pause menu, probably, for the premium race and whatnot. I don't think I got the notification for it, per se, before. Could be wrong, though, but whatever. At least for this day of Tuesday here, it is Cat, Mountain Lion, and Crow. First two different pretty obvious. Crow is probably going to be the least obvious of them. Plus being in the air, it's probably going to be a bit hard to get that screenshot, unfortunately, kind of. So, not necessarily sure if I would say it's the most worthwhile one to do for a set of wild animal pictures there to do, but whatever. Just kind of to tell people what it is, I guess. Yeah, I do my one wheel spin at least for the event. What did you do? Yeah, 25,000 in chips. I think I got the big one for chips there. That's pretty nice. Of course, I'll probably get more chips, of course, for mystery maybe than possible there. Hopefully, anyways. But yes, yes. 1,397,939 chips, apparently. Yeah, Albany. Yes. Albany Cavalcade XL for the SCVs class, surely. I think it's 7 Dangerous on that one, if I remember right. Yeah, it's not within the last 2 updates, so it's not featured. It's 4-door luxury or something, probably. 4-door seems to, yes, indeed have that. Looks like it costs $1,665,000. I don't believe it has a trade price to it, so I think this is the price no matter what. I'm pretty sure on it. Just making sure on the newswire briefly this is the correct vehicle. Should be. It's actually on the vehicle after all, so it's gotta be. But yeah, for the SCV class, I don't exactly believe this one's a great performer, but I'll go over the exact numbers, of course, being the podium vehicle, so it is a free vehicle technically speaking if you do get it. Yes. So apparently the Cavalcade XL is apparently at the bottom of the C tier for the SUV class, giving it 17th place for lap time, which is above average apparently for the SUV class. And then it is also apparently 29th place on the top speed, which is actually below average for the class on the top speed. So it's really obviously not going to be that great for performance in terms of like being within top 10. I really don't necessarily know if this would be the most worthwhile to shoot for, obviously. So unless you are pretty nostalgic for the Cavalcade, which I believe did introduce in like Grand Theft Auto 4 and episodes of Liberty City for the whole entirety of the GTA series. So unless you're just like a really huge fan of the Cavalcade line of vehicles, then it's really not necessarily, I would say, the most worthwhile to get. And with the livery on it, technically if you keep it, it's maybe another 20-30,000 at most you might be able to save. Getting it a little closer to that $1.7 million in value that you may just be able to save, basically. Still spun up pretty good, actually, there. Oh, well, never mind. I spoke too soon, I guess. I was like, there's no way that doesn't stall, for sure. I just knew that would be the case, surely. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Mayday. Shit. Ah, okay, wait. Yo, is this still gonna fly? Please tell me it still flies, please. At least a little bit. At least a little bit. Probably not going to soon enough. Anyways, oh shit. Anyways, but whatever. I made it though. I made it though. Oh god. I found a gun van. I guess I'm going there then. Found it on the way to the Dallas car meets. Oh god. Shit. Oh fuck. Ow. And I probably destroyed the vehicle, so I don't know. Okay. Nope, still going somehow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ain't no way that's still going. Holy shit. Holy shit. But for how much longer? And it's destroyed. Oh my god. Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah, I was kind of doing the wrong rudder, I think. I just wasn't used to with the angle and
Force
stuff I
Mutual
was at, I
Insurance.
guess.
How can we help you? I'll look into it.
You know the deal. That's black market.
Alright, but yes.
Trust me. You can trust that rifle.
So I gotta get to Newswire for gun van content, basically. But yes, so like per usual, since it's the one gun that's actually stuck around.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
Seriously? Come on. I think I've only had this on for like 2 hours altogether. Are you serious, sir? Are you serious? Hello? Alright, apologies for that. My controller died.
Only sold by yours
Fucking.
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
What's it called? What's it called? But yes. So again, it's like the one weapon here that I feel gets introduced in a DLC that has been in the gun ban consistently each week since it got introduced in its initial DLC. Oh, sticker here. Same drill early, of course. Does have a scope to for recent assault rifles. It's actually pretty good since you have like the Cirrus carbine, for example, that does not have a scope. Same with the battle rifle, I'm pretty sure as well. That's something going for it. So that has something going for it.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
It also has tracer rounds, so it's kind of like a Mark II tracer weapon, but it has the 9999 ammo as well, which is pretty good. And unlike the Mark IIs, which I think it only activates every third shot from what I've heard anyways on the Mark IIs, which I have no reason to doubt that from what I've heard from prominent community members or something, Guild Master and stuff. Or members of the G2 community, I guess, basically, I meant to say. This one is a tracer bullet, obviously, every single shot in comparison, which is good. In addition to that, much better ammo count. It can hold the normal ammo count compared to like a couple hundred rounds. I think like it would be on a Mark II. Has unique blue flashlight to it, and then it also does lock on further than other assault rifles in the game. Going from 60 to 70 meters, going yes from 60 to 70 meters, or it might be 70 to 80 meters. I forget which one. I think it's one of those two. For comparison sakes. So it could win you some gunfights, technically, depending on like range, with those extra 10 meters and whatnot. So it is a pretty good assault rifle, definitely.
Trust me. You can trust that rifle.
The one main downside to it is you cannot use it like in stealth missions, basically, since it has no not suppressor. Oh wait, yeah, suppressor. I mean. No, suppressor means it cannot do stealth missions, basically. No, suppressor does in fact mean it cannot do stealth missions, indeed.
That one's brand new. Just hit the market.
Yeah, stun gun is the next one I'll go through. Stun gun has actually pretty good uses to it. The obvious one is going to be for the $1 Bounties DLC. That has the livery that I have on it for the tier 2 on that. Only way to get some kind of like extra livery for it, basically, pretty sure in the game currently. And honestly, that requires PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC Enhanced to get that. Then, otherwise, the not so obvious use, actually, to get out of that section. I think it was in the gun van, in fact, the last event too, so I actually went over there too, but yeah, I did manage to complete 10 waves in survival mode playing solo, and I even did the reach wave 16 playing in this wave solo as well. By using a combination of the stun gun and like the service carbine, or no, the stun gun, assault shotgun, I think I mean more so, and on rare occasion, I think the service carbine. Between like those three weapons, huge part, maybe one of the hugest parts of it actually was the stun gun, being able to stun the juggernauts. To make them like immobilized, basically, since the juggernauts are pretty weak to the stun gun. Now you do have to, yes, be careful, of course, when you aim it, since it is pretty slow recharge or charge, whatever. Like in the online component, of course, compared to the single player, even on like certain game modes where it's not going to be used against other players, but whatever. Fucking body, bro. Come on. Yes. with enough with with enough patience, going to like some interior part and like the nuclear silo survival map. You want nuclear silo survival map since it's the only one that would not be able to have like helicopters to it, which helicopters to pretty much destroy the whole strat I was using, I believe. So you want to go nuclear silo, and then I think there's like red doors and stuff you can go behind and stuff, and there's like corridors you can kind of like just wait in. Doing it that way takes like 6 to 8 hours, as long as they're not like going like outside of the corridor much. Like I kind of was doing just to be ultra safe, not to redo it all from scratch. But of course, you can of course have other players help with that, obviously too to do. But yeah, something with that, obviously, since that map only has the Juggernauts and the helicopters, is a way to actually do Wave 16 solo, even, for the end of waves. Yes, I did actually manage that solo nuclear silo with the stun gun as a huge part of it. Yes, it's a really useful weapon.
No one followed you, right?
Technically speaking, in very niche circumstances. Except the Bondar bounties did buff it significantly, giving it a huge use, which is nice.
Okay, let's do this.
So that is something pretty nice, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
That's new stock. Fresh out of the box.
But yeah, next up is actually going to be Gooseberg Sweeper. I'll go through.
On automatic weapons. That's what you want. You're in the right place.
This one, I believe, is the LMG, like a light machine gun, rather than like SMG, basically. I believe. Looks like on an extended clip, it has 50 rounds to it. Which is not so much as other LMGs, like the regular MG and the combat MG. I'm actually not sure about the combat PDW, if that's more SMG or LMG, I'll be honest, but even in that, it's 100 rounds as well at DMG, so it's really not beating that anyways. Unless the MG has 54, which is still be about like a few and not like as much as I'm thinking, or whatever.
Rate of fire? Can't beat it.
So it is kind of worse LMG, but bullet capacity, which could be kind of something. And then also, it's kind of more added in the game to fit the, like, theme, basically, the Valentine's Day Massacre kind of theme. I don't know. Basically, it doesn't seem like it would be as balanced, of course, as, like, the Combat MG, for example. I know Combat MG is, like, one of the most broken, like, weapons of the game. I know that, but, I mean, like, it's not going to hold a candle to that, is basically what I'm trying to say, probably, so... For LMG, since it might have a different ammo type compared to SMGs, it might be actually worth putting this in the gun locker, because if you have one type of weapon in the gun locker with like the max ammo count, all the other weapons that share that ammo will actually get the ammo like each time you go into another lobby. So you're essentially making infinite ammo, but each time you go to another lobby, the ammo refills. It's not entirely infinite ammo for a little trick. For a huge trick you can basically do in the game.
Rate of fire? Can't beat it.
Now, I don't usually suggest doing stuff like that. That's obviously not intended, but... Fucking... with all the different ammo glitches that happen in the game anyways, it's fairer, I feel, if you do that, obviously, which is why I'm pretty open about talking about that, really.
Not be beaten on automatic weapons. That's what you want. You're in the right place.
But it's more of a fun, cool themed like weapon rather than like being a super useful one. I feel though for the Gooseberg Sweeper, no doubt. But yeah, again, I think it's more LMG than I think it is an LMG more than like actual SMG. Since they can only use it on like the sides of very particular vehicles, which I think does make it more of an LMG, no doubt.
Right?
No doubt that makes it more of an LMG. Since you can only use it on like sides of like certain vehicles and whatnot. And then you have the vintage pistol. Alright. Counterfeit cash, apparently. The vintage pistol. Honestly, might actually be one of the worst pistols in the game. Damage-wise, it seems. Honestly, it's kind of one of the worst ones, damage-wise, I would say. But only having 14 ammo on the extend clip is not exactly the greatest per se. I guess the ceramic has like a couple more rounds in like the combat. Really, I feel like it would be hard pressed to use that over pretty much just about any other like pistol in the game, basically. I feel the more I feel the most unique thing going for it is just the looks of it, really being a beautiful pistol without the need of like any special ass like livery or anything. Like yeah, you have to like platinum tints, but yeah. Yeah, the different tints like platinum tint and whatnot. But yes. fucking. Really though, the most interesting thing about it, yeah, again, is the appearance of it. No doubt.
Hey there. Make it quick. That's, black market only. Mm-hmm. That's the very latest.
And then the nightstick. Melee weapon, obviously, nothing too much more to say about that, really, I would say, no doubt. But yeah, most interesting thing about this is you would be able to use it on like a motorcycle, I believe, or biker melee, I think. This can be nice for biker melee, no doubt. But yeah, really, aside from that, it's just your boxing or melee weapon, and even then, a lot of melee weapons are useful in biker melees. It's kind of just the main thing to mention for it, I guess. Alright, so going to 2 discount weapons, since I went over all but 2 of them, I'm pretty sure at this point now.
That was only released a little while ago.
Got a battle rifle. It's half off right now, basically. Now, I know most people probably think this one's a complete joke since it has the laughable 30 ammo count on an extended clip. Makes it even 15 worse than a military rifle, for example, if it's 45. Easily the worst ammo count, I think, for extended clip on a single assault rifle, I believe. Unless you're using like certain ammo types, like Mark II ones, really, pretty much. Still. And he has mostly lack of attachments as well, so he has extended clip and suppressor. Again, the explained extended clip has the laughable 30 rounds, even with that. Otherwise, it's 20, which is even worse. But yeah, it does have a suppressor to it, so obviously it can be used as a stealth weapon, at least in like the Strickler. Not only that, I think I also did mention this as well, actually being available, I believe, last event too, but the battle rifle is actually arguably the best assault rifle to use for stealth combat, particularly. And assault rifle is probably one of the best classes of weapon to use if you're not using like the combat MG, like Mark II or something. So, battle rifle is actually one of the best stealth weapons of the whole game. Reason being, you won't see it much in like average use, obviously, since it would only be useful for stealth missions after all. But if you do a 2-bird, 1-stone headshot with like the battle rifle, both targets will actually die, believe it or not. So it shares that trait with like sniper rifles pretty much. So like yeah, you might be able to use like the marksman rifle as a lock-on as well, but what the battle rifle has that those don't have, obviously, for 1 to 2 like lock-on snipers of the marksman rifle Mark II and the precision rifle, particularly marksman rifle Mark II, it has to be with like the holographic sight, I believe. Something the battle rifle can do that those can't do is it has a much better rate of fire, basically, being an assault rifle. Because snipers do not specialize in rate of fire, basically. So those are kind of poor to use. Those are kind of poor to use in a stealth mission if you need to react quickly, of course. If you like miss a shot or something, obviously. Obviously. So it can do 2 bird 1 stone stealth headshots, basically, like sniper rifles can do. And it has a decent rate of fire compared to a sniper rifle, obviously. So it does have its niche, which is nice. It does actually have its niche, which is definitely pretty nice. Though to be fair, you could probably also like just swap targets pretty quick as well, but just to be able to do 1 shot on rare occasions of having to rely on 2 bullets can be helpful, technically speaking. Some way, shape, or form. So yeah, trust me, if you don't, like, believe me, then try to find an easy stealth mission that allows for, like, some kind of 2 bird 1 stone headshot. And then you'll see I was not bullshitting about that, and then you'll see I probably was not bullshitting about it, and then you'll probably want to test it, of course, with, like, a couple different assault rifles. Make sure battle rifle is, like, the only one that can actually truly do that, of course. For an assault rifle particularly, no doubt.
Here's the deal. All right, go. Only sold by yours truly. That's new stock, fresh out of the box.
And then, last but not least, the combat shotgun. This one, I think again I said the battle rifle was half off for anybody. I didn't necessarily say subscriptions to every player, whether it be on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, or all the next-gen platforms, can get that half off no matter what battle rifle.
Taking close range, huh?
Combat shotgun, however, is 40% off, and you need to be part of the Plus subscription and get that as well. So, me, for example, I could get this, of course, normal price, but I did not yet have this, even without Plus. But yeah, if you want 40% off of the combat shotgun, you do need Plus subscription for that. But a combat shotgun, honestly, for the most part, I feel it's most useful because of the fact that you usually have to, like, source a your cow Perico heist the first time to be able to permanently obtain it. But you usually have to do the cow Perico heist. I think it counts as like a random event kind of as well, so I think just having chances it does not spawn, even if you look at like all the spawn locations for it. So if you just want to not deal with like all that hassle, so if you just don't want to deal with any of the hassle, really, it's pretty good for buying it at any moment available, basically at the gun van or the combat shotgun, no doubt. No doubt.
I don't like staying in one spot for too long. Pleasure doing business with you.
But yes, it does.
Won't find that in
That was every single weapon to go through for the main weapons, for sure. But yeah, it's not going to hold a candle to the assault shotgun, obviously, with the much less ammo capacity. But regardless, it's the latest shotgun edition, I believe, in the game, so if there's something not... If there is anything not the assault shotgun, basically, for the shotgun class worth using, it's not the assault shotgun or, like, explosive slug, like, shotgun, pump shotgun Mark II. It's kind of this,
every shotgun I got comes guaranteed.
to be honest.
stupid.
And also when you're not on like a motorcycle, I guess for like something like the sweeper shotgun.
Probably get out of here soon.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
You know the deal.
Onto throwables. You have your basic explosive throwable, the grenade. Then you have the sticky bombs, which can blow up whenever you want, basically with the press of a button, which is obviously very useful. And then... Fucking...
Goes off guaranteed every time.
Also, the armored truck, for example, that I saw earlier at the casino, you can use the sticky bombs on those doors to get that random event, like free mode event, basically obtained, essentially. And then you have the pipe bomb, which is a biker's DLC, which is biker's DLC throwable that returns from Grand Theft 4 the Lost and Damned DLC back from that update, back in the GTA 4 days. Or back in that DLC, I mean, update obviously, but DLC. But yeah, unlike a sticky bomb, this cannot be shot in your hand, supposedly, so it's actually pretty good for drive-bys, I would say, particularly compared to some other options.
That'll do it.
I would say this might be one of your best options to use in a drive-by, since, again, sticky bombs can technically be shot out your hand, basically.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
Fuck ass body, bro. Come on.
Primers included.
Yes. Cannot be shot your hand like a stick bomb, so I definitely want a better drive-by throwables, I would say. And then onto body armor. Oh, and actually, I don't know if I described it, but yeah. To me, it feels like a cross of a grenade and a sticky bomb, so I feel it's kind of like a combination of those two. I'm not really too sure how to describe it, I'll be honest, but either way, it's still technically better to use in a drive-by than a sticky bomb, since it always has the risk of getting blown up, especially in like player versus enemy combat, maybe rather than player versus player,
Make a bang?
particularly in the case of a sticky bomb. And then you have your different armors, basically, like per usual,
Don't even worry about it. You didn't see me.
I still have to call the Morse Mutual, I believe, for the Howard NX-25, or I think I do. I might be wrong though.
All more.
It seems I actually did do that already. Apparently. Sure seems that way. Cool. Nice some distance from here, it seems, so I should definitely spawn the Avenger Thruster again, it seems. yes. Not sure why I was going back there, per se, but whatever. Whatever. Obviously, I mean, they found go to Dallas car meet. Actually, do. Actually, do. Shit. Break. Oh, come on, the car. Dude. Fucking car, bro. What the hell? What the hell? What the fucking hell with that car, bro? Come on. Such an asshole trying to get back this way, man. Two. Bruh, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Go, come on. Drive. No, what? Really? Really? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? God. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Really? Are you serious? Are you serious? Bruh. God, I just wanted a bit closer, damn. But no, characters just fuck it up. These two characters have to fuck up the MC, and then my character, of course.
We expect the unexpected. I can do that.
Looking forward to getting ripped later.
Just wanted it closer when I got in here. God damn it, though. Yes. So there's a Lampadati 4 AGT from like the last Team Standing update, I thought it was, if I remember right. But if I got added in the last Team Standing update, if I recall right, for sure. The Bachi Masako race car from like Festival Prize 2014. And then you have the Western Damon. And then you have to do the Western Damon. Which I think should be the newer, more civilian one, I believe, obviously, from the Bikers DLC. Since I don't think they would put the Lost MC version, of course, up there, since I don't think that's really that realistic to expect. Or they don't necessarily want to do that, per se. Not that a biker would not necessarily welcome themselves in, like, the car meet in the first place, per se, but still. So, yeah, 2 vehicles are available in story mode, like, at all times. Without any vaulting going on there, basically. And then also, Western Damon. Very much as a 2016 one it should be for the more civilian version of that, obviously. So that should be on the line exclusive and probably off the vehicle websites. All these are probably vaulted vehicles. Now, a lot of people might not know, but apparently the 4 GT, I believe, is a returning vehicle from Grand Theft Auto 2, if I recall right, from what I've looked up on the GTA Wiki. But yes. Does appear in Grand Theft Auto 2 apparently for GT initiated, so it is a pretty retro nostalgic vehicle there, basically. Oh. Bachi Masakura race car. Again, it's basically just a race car version of Masakura, as the name pretty much suggests. Really. So nostalgic from the original Masakura from like the High Life update, from like way back in the High Life update. Basically, not really necessarily too worth getting that one. I think it's one of the usable vehicles for like a drag race or something, if I recall, so it could maybe be usable there. Yeah, otherwise, not necessarily the most impactful. Like, yes. And then, the Western Daemon. Whatever. Fucking that one. Fucking. fucking. Yeah, the Western Demon is a chopper, so really it's not going to be a super great performance one, most likely when you have the sports bikes obviously at the top. And really the Lost Damon's probably the more sought after one. Really, I would say Lost Damon's the more sought after one, being the more rare, being the more rare of them, or at least it was until they bolted this one probably. So I'm not really so sure about that anymore, honestly. But yeah, first two are sports cars, which is the most popular class in terms of there being 115 vehicles for it now, basically. And yeah, motorcycle again is choppers. I don't really think any of them are going to perform super amazing per se. Like top 10, obviously. I mean, but not like that at least. It looks like none of them are on discount once again, like they've been pretty much doing lately. So you're not going to go over exact performance numbers, so just go for the ruined vehicles, dates, basically. But yes. It starts taking a little bit kind of get going somewhere like that again, but still. I was kind of touching like the wrong thing on my floor or something. Okay, what the hell? I think Bravely 152 featured the regular Masakura over the Masakura race car, I think. But if it's the Masakura race car, which it is, and the number's in fact correct and not deflated or something over mistakes like that, like this event, then The Masako race car has possibly only been available. No, let me start for GT. Actually, my bad. I just noticed a mistake on the spreadsheet, so I got confused. So my bad. But it looks like the Ferrari GT is now available 7 times now in the different dealerships and stuff since being vaulted from the vehicle website. So it's been available quite a bit, it seems, on that one, on the different dealerships since being removed on the vehicle website. Since Dangerous Mercenaries DLC like a year and a half-ish ago. Again, Masako race car, roughly 1322, put the Masako apparently as like 7 times, but I'm not sure if that's even accurate since it's the Masako race car, so going off of that, now to actually mean to mention that. Apparently the Masako race car is apparently on there for like the 3rd time now. It should be, it seems. Which is not necessarily that frequent, according to the looks of it, but again, that number might be deflated if there was more mistakes than just this 1 week mistake of having the regular Masako up there and not the race car one or something. And then Damon has for sure been available on the website. Or no, not what I mean. Damon has been available for sure 3 times on the different dealerships since being vaulted and since the website removal for the Damon. What's not so sure there obviously is the Masako race car, because Breath 142 could have made mistakes numbers of times. They're kind of putting a wrong one or something for the Masakros. So right, the one with the most availability for sure on the dealership here is the Ferrari GT, whereas these other ones seem to have only been available like a couple times so far. In the last like year and a half, basically, so like maybe like 6-ish month like gaps or something, kind of like on average, but average times away or something, which is obviously not necessarily that good. And then there's the Lampadati Tropos Rally apparently. That's the vehicle for the prize ride. And for the prize ride challenge this time around, you simply need to place top 3 apparently. Just a single time it looks like, okay. That is actually pretty easy. But at the same time, this vehicle for sports class is probably not good performance per se. Yes. None that days in a row stuff is literally just place top 3, which you could easily do in a street race. Oh yeah, drag and drift races I don't think count usually, at least solo they don't, but yeah. Since they released kind of a couple years-ish or so, like after the initial tuners content, I doubt Rockstar went kind of out of their way or anything to make it consistent with like the older content from 2021 that counts for the challenges, so yeah, it's probably mostly just street pursuit race. It's probably more so pursuit race, street race, I mean. It's probably pursuit race, street race really for your options, then. But yes. Yeah, pursuit race. Those require 4 players. So if you do manage to do a minimum 4-player pursuit race, that is still a pretty good chance of 75%. And if you somehow do manage that with randoms, of course, then that's only like a 25% chance, possibly. So you match up with like pretty bad players of not getting it, which is not terrible odds, of course. But if you want guaranteed odds, obviously you just go with street race for 2 or 3 players, and you basically have it there. You literally just do a 2 or 3 player street race, and it's basically in the bag, basically. And then, being a prize ride, those are usually on the vehicle website for whatever reason. I get podium, of course, being luck-based, why those are obviously on the vehicle website, but I'm not sure about why prize rides pretty much have to be, basically. That should be on the Stone Stage Race website. Probably in 2-door, good bit down, good. Good bit down 2-door, probably, of course, for 2016's Cunning Stunts DLC. So it is an online exclusive vehicle and all that, obviously. That's obviously, by the way. But yes. By getting it for the prize ride, you save at least $816,000. And yeah, the way the vehicles work is it actually costs to remove the livery instead of having a cost to put on a livery. Like if it were like completely stock, for example. So. Fucking. What was it called? Trying to think. Well, what? Did I just think over performance pretty much? Or like what premiere? Actually, trying to think. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of tired, actually. But yes. Yeah, Limp Dottie Tropos Rally. Yes, indeed. But it's not necessarily an inflated cost or something with accounting for delivery. Might have been maybe what I was kind of trying to say to word it better with kind of what I was saying earlier or something. Maybe that's what I was thinking. But anyways, the Tropos Rally is apparently in the I tier. According to Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet, is in fact in the I tier. And Breath 152, by the way, is a racing YouTuber, by the way, so their stuff tends to be pretty accurate, if I haven't necessarily suggested that earlier. Yeah, Tropos Rally, I tier, gives it a 78th place for lap time, which is below average for the class. And in 61st place on top speed is also below average for the class. Now, technically, it might be barely above average if you're on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy with removal of 6 HSW vehicles, but still. And also at least one, like, regular sports car as well with the regular S95 that's not the HSW S95, basically, or something. So I think that would be at least 7 vehicles removed for legacy platforms, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, legacy. That may be able to barely bring above average for top speed, but really, performance is not good really at all for this one. It seems it's just not there performance-wise. So really, just get it if you care for customization on it or something. But that's why it's top 3, probably. Not sure we probably why it's top 3. Obviously, it's just not that good performance-wise. And then for HSW test drive for the event, it is the Penadilla course apparently, or whatever. Or La Cruz or whatever. Of course. And for those, you can always see if they're on the vehicle website, by the way, if you just go through the HSW vehicle list. Now, all these are actually on the vehicle website, by the way, which is only recently true again with the Agents of Sabotage DLC since San Andreas Mercenaries vaulted to Sterling GT. But yeah, fun fact, they haven't actually updated that, but yeah, this is also available on the website, so all of them are actually available on the website. It just got added back with Agents of Sabotage since they had a lock on jammer on that one for the Sterling GT, no doubt. Yeah, oversight pretty much, or something. But yes. It's also one of those ones for Dangerous Mercenaries DLC for 1 to 2 that also does not have like armor plating or like silk mines or anything that, by the way, so you should be able to use it pretty effectively for the HSW time trials compared to ones like silk mines where it would pretty much restrict you from doing it. Probably because it counts as a weapon, kind of similar to the weaponized Ignis case. From after like Criminal Enterprise DLC to start that onwards. But the course is a pretty good HSW vehicle. Or at least it used to be before the Niobe, and then the Banshee GTS, I guess. Yes. I don't know, it's a little outdated maybe compared to the Niobe, to be fair. But still, it's HSW nevertheless, and there's only 6 of them for the sports class, which is not quite a top 10 just yet, obviously, in a sense, since it's pretty much locked in for top 10 there. So, that is something at least.
You learn something every day.
I do always spread a cheese stick.
Yeah, once again, I have to respawn the Howard X25, because that went surprisingly bad. I was trying to get closer, obviously, to the entrance. Should probably just left it where it was, really. Probably yes, should just left it where it was, to be honest. So get the Avenger Thruster again, no doubt. To get over to the Howard NX25, just fail with it again a bit. But might as well try, I guess. Not that. Jeez, okay, this is gonna be another fail, so... What engine sure already stalled, but might be more like the first time, actually, which might not be too bad, actually. Bro, what? Come on, we can't just get over this somehow? Okay, that kinda happened, eventually. Alright, no propeller pops still. Please, come on, what the hell? I don't get how that happened that time, but okay. Come on, let's do this shit. For real. For real. Come on. Alright, holy shit, I actually made it. Actually made it. I even be able to get Simeons as well. Probably going to jinx it somehow though. Alright, so it looks like the Bravado Dorado. And plus vehicle looks like here with the Volcon Envisage, as I like to call it. But a Volcon Envisage is what I'll call it. It sounds fancy that way. But yes. So. The Bravado Dorado. Yeah, this is the civilian one, obviously, since they don't rope the police ones on the showrooms, because that would probably make like no sense to do. So this is one you'll be able to use for actual SUV races. Not that I necessarily see that being really good for it, per se. I don't exactly think it would be great for racing. On top of my head. Top of my head. Considering there's like sporty SUVs on top, like the Tauros, Astron, and any of HSW stuff as well and whatnot. Which, no matter what those are, those gonna be pretty decent, of course, as well. as well. So honestly, in the Dorado's case, I feel the patrol one would objectively be better, since it's probably not a performance vehicle really in the first place. For that police version they added at some point in one of the updates, it probably was Bondar Bounties, I'm guessing, that did that, if I remember last update. If not, then it was some update before that, and then so it was definitely not added in the latest one here. Definitely not. Dun-dun-dun-dun. This vehicle you can quite literally get with the Plus subscription right now for free. Yeah, this one's pretty good, I think. I think it's still pretty good performance, if I remember right. Either way, it is a Monty Tech. I think it's like an electric key one, too, so it might be one good for the remote control unit. I do not sadly believe it says armor plating on it, though, if I recall. I think it's just basic Amani Tech features on this one, I believe, with the missile lock and shimmer or remote control unit, which again, I think this one's like electric hybrid or something, so I think that decision should go down to a remote control unit, really. Especially with how much vehicles have a lock on shimmer compared to a remote control unit at all now. So I think only like one vehicle this up even got a remote control unit, and that might have been like Terminus Patrol or something, I kind of forget. If even any vehicle had the remote control unit this up to even. Yes. Balkan and Visage, Balkan and Visage. Yes, and goddamn fucking Steve, Balkan and Visage. I think it's quite literally a basic Amani Tech vehicle. But it's literally a free vehicle for Plus, so I'd probably just recommend getting that if you want it, if you're on 9th gen. So you don't have to spend anything on it, pretty much, for the stock vehicle. Otherwise, again, it can be pretty nice, I think. Again, I think it can definitely be pretty nice still, regardless. If you do actually end up fully buying that. Okay, I thought for sure that was personal vehicle in the store thing popping up, but nope. That's sorry, Vinewood Club. Making me worried that my vehicle got destroyed. This fucking email from the Plus thing, damn it. Come on. Oh shit. Huh. Shit. No, come on. Are you kidding me? I almost made it. And the Simeon's a lot there. Damn it. Man, I actually almost made it there. If it weren't for my fucking hernia and shit, I probably would have made it there too.
Morse Mutual. How can I be of service?
Actually.
Sure.
But yes. So apparently here there's a Vapid Riata, the Canis Bodhi. The Canis Bodhi, yes, indeed. Day one vehicle there, in fact, Trevor's vehicle there in story mode. Lampadati Pigali's I'm Not Hipster DLC vehicle, which is like mid 2014, so that's in single player as well. And unless two are online exclusives, I believe, with the Revolter. Yes, indeed, the Revolter. Oh shit, I exploded out there. It seems. Jesus. Damn. Interesting. Not gonna sound like a one level here, am I? Damn. Damn. That was pretty fun. That was having pretty fun. I was like, why the fuck did my controller rumble and shit? That makes sense now. We had a Revolter. And then the Classe Tornado Rat Rod. Are the few vehicles here, basically. Which, yeah, those two are online exclusives, along with the first one. Along with the first one, yes, indeed. Fuck ass body boy, come on. Yes. Rapid Riata, off-road truck here, basically. I don't necessarily recall this one being like the greatest performance for off-road class, so I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the greatest one to go for. Another off-road vehicle here with the Sabotage, which is definitely a lot more dated than that, so it would surely be even worse performance than the Riata, I would surely have to think, for off-road, so that's definitely not worth getting. It's more for the nostalgia of being a single-player protagonist vehicle with Trevor Phillips, so... I think that's the real appeal of getting that one. Lamborghini Pigali actually does have a pretty decent top speed, if I remember right, for the Sports Classics class. But otherwise, it's in single player, so it's mostly a waste of a vehicle storage slot for online. But again, might be worth considering for top speed in the Sports Classics class, if I remember right. The Revolter actually is from mounted machine guns. You can actually apply to if you have a MOC Avenger with the like workshops as well as like the arena workshop mechanic for the weaponized mechanic. I believe can do that too. We're at a couple options that can get you access to different mounted machine guns on the Remark Revolter. So that would at least give it the slightest combat capabilities without having to use your actual like sidearms or like drive-by vehicles, basically. Or drive-by weapons. I mean drive-by weapons. Obviously my bad. And then Classic Tornado Rat Rod. Kind of like a Halloweenish kind of theme tornado, basically. Like Bikers DLC. Like, honestly. Honestly, not necessarily the greatest of vehicles performance wise. That's for possibly the Pagali of all ones. Believe it or not, believe it or not. However, there's quite a couple here. There is quite a couple here where you could make a solid case for wanting to gift them, I guess. So I want to see if any of those are on discount or not, really. Before I go into them more in depth, I guess. Possibly. Alright, so the two off-road ones are definitely not on discount. Golly's not on discount. Alright, yeah, none of those are on discount apparently, so... Yeah, I'm not necessarily going to go over the actual true performance numbers, not actually technically going over true performance numbers then, and then... So back over to remove vehicles dates, I guess. Starting with the Riata, that one's been available 6 times apparently on the different dealerships as of this event. Since being vaulted on the vehicle website a year and a half ago as a Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. Knis Bodhi apparently is the only one that's been available only 5 times apparently for the current event on dealerships right now. It's the only one that's been available only 5 times as of the current event. In terms of this particular week, I mean, obviously, for the like 8 vaulted vehicles on dealerships, basically right now it's only one that's only been available 5 times, which is a little tiny bit less availability, obviously, than the Riata, but yeah, you can always get that one in store mode. You can always easily use it in store mode as Trevor's personal vehicle though. The Pigali apparently is the same case as the Riata, which is available 6 times now in a different dealerships and stuff since being vaulted on vehicle website. Year and a half-ish ago. Basically. As for the Revolter, that one is apparently like the Ferrari GT of the LS Car Meet, where it's been available on the dealership 7 times. On different dealerships 7 times since being removed from vehicle website a year and a half ago. Sanders Mercenaries DLC. And then between the 8 vaulted vehicles for the event, the Tornado Rat Rod is apparently the most availability, being available for the 8th time now. Apparently. Oh, and fun fact about the Tornado Rat Rod, by the way, now that I think about it. Even though it's in the Sports Classics class, Vane's one of the rare exceptions that can muscle car wheelie despite being a different class. Along with something like the Weevil, for example, of the Compacts class. So you can actually do a muscle car wheelie with the vehicle, even though it's in Sports Classics and it's not muscle car class, basically. Basically. Sorry. I mean, it's been hernia being a bitch, but yes. Apparently, the Tornado Rat Rod can indeed muscle car wheelie despite being the Sports Classics class. Must have designed it that way on purpose with a flag or something in like the coding or something. And would therefore be fully intentional. I don't think I have much more to say on any of those, really, honestly. I think the Revolture is easily the one that's most worth getting, to be honest, with those front mounted machine guns you can have on it. Oh, I didn't say what update each one was from. Like, I don't even actually necessarily know if I know on top of my head which one Noriata was from, to be honest, but whatever. I know Revolters, Doomsday Heist, I'm pretty sure, definitely, and then the Tornado Rat Rod was Bikers DLC, though. I don't know if this one was like after hours or something or what, but I'm probably wrong on that, but yeah. Maybe it's some resort heist or something, I'm not really sure. On top of my head on that one, so I'm gonna creep over that. I guess. Huh. Yeah, might be one is still for the salvage yard, I guess, to clear and stuff. I guess. But yes. Maybe like a career progression actually. But yeah, I'm pretty sure again, after hours to be the one section, I have something for the clown jobs. I don't think it does. I don't think it has any involvement with the career progression. Pretty sure. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not for sure. For sure. That's very much not going to be the case. But actually, also in businesses, yeah, I want to check gun running, of course. Complete a mobile operation is here too, apparently, for just one. But all mobile operations on hard difficulty in under 10 minutes, apparently. Yes, indeed. You have severe weather patterns. Yes, severe weather. Tongue twist, yes, but what are we doing? Come on. We have severe weather patterns. Like I said, half track bully, which is one for the half track from before, basically. Exit strategy. Yeah, I forget if the severe weather patterns is the DNF AV one. That might be the DNF AV one. Yeah, half track bully. Exit strategy. I don't know if that's one of the ones for like the oppressor. The oppressor might kind of have two. I'm not 100%. Offshore assets, which I think is definitely one for the APC, if I recall right, since it has the amphibious capabilities in this game. After all. Cover blown. Not sure if I necessarily know what that one would be for. Top of my head. Mohun, I believe, is for the weaponized Tampa. Data breach is for something. I don't know if I can think on top of my head what that would be. And work dispute. Could be one of those like oppressor ones or something. Not so sure on some of those, to be honest, but still. Yeah, those are your different 8 mobile operations. By name, and I don't remember them the most. I don't know if I want to necessarily go into details which ones I think will be easy and whatnot. Half track is kind of slow, I guess, but again, you might only be able to get shot in the sides. In some ways, that is a good one for that one. DNFAV, kind of maybe one of the worst kind of gun running vehicles in the game, or that DLC kind of. It might be a kind of annoying one to do. Basically. Weaponized Tampa one's probably pretty good. Oppressor one's probably any of the oppressor ones pretty much pretty good if there is in fact a two for the oppressor kind of or something. So at least like half of them I would say are definitely pretty nice at least. I would definitely say at least. So that was something I kind of want to go more in depth there for, I guess. Where I went on the interaction menu after all. As a reminder, showing up for the actual interface this time, not from the game itself. Client jobs here, which I actually have one of them. I think I actually stole one from like another player or something, because some person killed me in the lobby, I'll be honest, and I got maybe kind of annoyed or something. So I guess it counts when you steal others as well. Damn, that definitely not Ramon, for sure. Damn. Why would I admit to that? Damn it, no. It was in my America look there. Saying something like that, damn. Looking more towards the dark side now or something. But yeah, that's not production speed, I forget. That would probably be like a couple hours or something, like a default. Normally, I'm guessing, kind of like other businesses in the game, or one finger supplies at least. So, like, maybe an hour to 2 hours or something for like the average finger supplies you buy to fully like kick in or something, like produce. To go a little more in detail there. And yeah, I think Acid Labs could get up to like $1 million or something. I forget. Except Gilly Master, I think actually pays for plus usually, so might be 500k-ish normally or something for Acid Lab. I kind of forget. But it might just be quicker stuff. No, actually, 2 times on the stuff it seems. So. There's another new money opportunity apparently to talk about here for event that did not really get mentioned before. And yeah, by new I don't mean action new, of course. I mean like wanted to not go over it yet, obviously,
Yeah.
But yeah, Fooligan jobs are apparently 2 times right now. What do is paying one like 50k at most, so like you can actually make like 100k on a Fooligan job. Though I think they get like 48-minute cooldown, I think, as well. Boy, oh boy. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Yeah. Yes. So what, I think you can make like 100k on some of those right now in 2 times. Pretty good, actually. Kind of might outcost the client jobs in some ways, but again, kind of just work with those cooldowns and stuff. You might want to do full gun job first, and then do some client jobs. Or at least one, obviously, if you're solo. If you have friends, you might be able to go back and forth on client jobs with different COs and stuff, if I remember right. From what I've done with a friend or so before. On a rare occasion. Or probably 2 times money than I'm sure. Or maybe just normally. I forget. Yeah. So that's actually kind of another good one. Again, aside from possibly a cooldown thing with it, really. Again, it might be massive 48-minute cooldowns or something that does pay 100k. So like once an hour or so, you could probably make like 100k for that. Does that have career progression to it too? I think it would. Yeah, complete all full gun jobs. There's different ones apparently. So I haven't had the heavy metal one apparently. Okay. To be fair, I only did a little bit of work on it here. To be fair, I only did a small bit of work, I think, for that. To be fair, kind of just stopped caring about this one after getting the baseball bat finish and stuff. I guess. And decided just to do most of the tier 2s. So once I get ground again, I'll be pretty much done with that. And work my way from there, basically. Yeah, Vulcan jobs are definitely in the thing, basically. Do you need hella ones, though? Actually, I didn't really pay attention to that. 25 Vulcan jobs without dying. Okay, interesting. Yeah, this would be a good time to work on the career progressions. We're tier 2 and tier 3, it looks like, for Acid Lab. Or for Los Santos Drug Wars, I mean. For the actual, if they named the. But again, they're nice. They pay 100k. Nice enough, at least on 2 times, anyways. Which, yeah, I'm pretty sure that does pay 100k during that. I don't know. Again, the party file thing. It is the black box, and saving double is worthwhile. So normally, party files are pretty much in the 300k range, I like most. But yeah, they doubled it up with essentially a 4 times, and so they 2 times 2 different ways. And again, I think you might be able to get like extra 50k if you do like all the mission challenges. We're gonna use 670k, which is pretty decent money for something that, again, I think earlier said is only like 20-30 minutes, and the challenges are not all that bad, like at all on that one. Again, we're just getting all the 4 engines basically, and getting all the contents, getting the side contents first, and getting the for deferred content, then you get the black box, whatever, and then you get like 5 kills on escape or something, which means just basically kill 5 enemies like at all or something. Like right before you hit the yellow destination, like that pier, whatever you get to in the desert areas, basically. And there is a returning adversary mode as well for the money opportunity for like another one. Might be the last money opportunity I have to go through here. But again, they did sadly bought the new mode, unfortunately. Already. Again, I'm not surprised since it was holiday kind of mode. I would have hoped it would have stuck around at least a couple weeks though, and kind of like the Lunar New Year's stuff. When technically that I don't think it went for 3 weeks. And it was kind of just because of like a hella prolonged celebratory event. I wish you would have kept at least another couple events, kind of something like that, even if there was kind of no purpose of continuing some 420 bonuses or anything. I don't like the smallest of stuff for it, of course, at all. Especially because my internet decides to go out, like, right before I fucking decided to try to get on that, which was annoying. I knew I shouldn't have got on within, like, the last, like, couple hours. Kind of course, the internet decided to go out for me with the stupid internet service providers and bullshit, so that happened. That definitely fucking happened. Now, here's a catch though, it seems it's only going to be 7 maps for some reason, and it's only half of them, obviously, in that case. Because Dead Island, they eventually added another 7 maps, I believe, to make it a massive 14. Which might be the most maps of any episode mode in the game, which is insane. They really should have added all 14 maps to go back. Look at them half-assing the shit, and before that they just removed the new mode like, after a whole week. And then just make themselves an excuse to keep another couple weeks after they did the Lunar New Year's stuff. God, I swear, new Rockstar fucking sucks for that. Like, really don't. Really don't. So what is this, Dead Island 1? 9, I'm pretty sure is what it is, if it's I before X. Because X takes 1 away from the X or something, kind of. Dead on 5. Dead on 6. Of course, choose 5 and 6.
What's the use of having a shrink if she's not around 24/7?
Of course, I choose 5 and 6, because it's like the one named after the Roman numeral of this game and the one named after the Roman numeral of the next one. Apparently. Dead on X for 10. Let's go. How about AXX? AX, boy. Kidding me. It's not 30 maps or even 20. Dead on 11 and then Dead on 14, which is the last of them, of course. Of course, since I said there's 14 maps, I believe, in total. You only get 1, 9, 5, 6, 10, 11, 14, basically. I don't know why IX is listed weird. Like, it's the second one on there, and it's not in alphabetical, though. It's not. It's not listed in alphabetical, though, it seems. Oh, wait, actually, it might just be alphabetical and not in Roman numeral order. Is it usually like that, or is it just like that because how they weirdly implemented it or something this time? Only including like half the maps, basically. Basically. See, this kind of shows why they shouldn't be bolting and shit, because it can't even fucking do it right. Not having all the maps, why they only choose 7 is fucking dumb in my opinion. Of the 14 whole maps in the first place. But whatever. But whatever. Dr. Dre, Dr. Dretard, Dr. fucking Dretard, basically. Nobody gives a fuck for Dr. Dretard. Literally nobody wants to listen to you, Dr. Dretard. Can't flip you off in the game, apparently. And yes. I did try to flip off Dr. Dre's on character, and it doesn't actually let you, by the way. Which is pretty funny, which is pretty funny. And pretty sad at the same time, since it's GTA. Which is supposed to be a sandbox game, but whatever. Yes, indeed. Alright, but yeah, I didn't go into most details of Deadline like I kind of wanted to, actually. But it's kind of like the Tron kind of adversary mode, basically. Kind of like an arcade racer kind of adversary mode, I guess. Honestly, it's a pretty fun mode. I like the power-ups and all kinds of stuff with it, really. I think it's definitely a pretty fun mode. I think it was kind of worth being pretty much the mode with the most maps, kind of, I guess, because it is that fun of mode. 7 more maps doesn't hurt, I guess. But yeah, adversary modes pay out like based on like amount of rounds, amount of players, which sadly in this case only 4, so nowhere near as lucrative player count-wise. If it was like Sumo Remix, that's the one permanent adversary mode basically of the game. Probably being the most popular, I'm guessing. And if they do that, it'll probably like alienate a lot of players that play that mode a lot, and they might not play the game anymore. Who knows? Because who knows? I mean, that's what they're worried about there on that one. But yes. But yeah. How many players, amount of time, how a game it plays out, all that kind of stuff, etc. Basically determines the payout. And I would say on average, you don't usually make more than a couple $100,000 an hour. I feel regardless of the mode, really, but still. Yeah, probably one of the worst things that you could do, of course, for the event, obviously with all the crazy good stuff this event, like the client jobs, Fulton jobs, and acid lab stuff, basically. hella blows that shit out the water, basically. But it's more of a mode of fun anyways, so it shouldn't necessarily expect me. So it should not really expect me more than like a couple $100,000 an hour, really. Really. Probably most definitely should not expect me more than a couple $100,000 an hour, for sure. And it is also the featured series. Apparently, it is. It is also apparently not featured series, by the way. And the Legion Squirts, yeah, basically. And really, that's where it seems like it's mostly just vehicle discounts at this point to cover. I think. I've been taking breaks. I'm kind of tired. Sorry. Hopefully from there I'll be able to be much better off to go for a while here. And then start on that shit there. Alright. Alright. Sorry, Avenger first respawn is pretty finicky over here. Going on damn parking garage for some reason. Not sure why, but whatever. Whatever.
Girls? Oh, that was it. Can't you find that?
No, not that one. Not that one. Alright, had never attempted this. Try to keep this going and stuff. Pretty instant takeoff there. Sure, this one really has a bunch of instant takeoffs, so that's cool. That's cool. Oh shit. Shit. Oh my god, how is this thing going still? Wait, wow. Landing gear, mine broke. Oh shit. Landing gear broke. No way. Spanish balance just get destroyed at his brave, man. Damn it. Fine. I'm fine.
MMI, we expect the unexpected. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, for some reason it requires you to turn CU like physically on the menu there. Or the interaction menu.
This episode of Moorhead Rides Again is brought to you by affordable homes, and redwood tobacco. Before we start this week's episode of Moorhead Rides Again, we'd like to tell you about a remarkable free offer. You can own an incredible, genuine Gordon Moorhead detective badge, replica gun, and packet of Canby cigarettes, so you can help protect your neighborhood the same way Gordon protects America. All you need to do is get your dad or uncle to write a check for $10. Send it in, and you'll be sent a certificate of graduation from the Moorhead School of Investigation, along with your badge, gun, and smokes. Work real crimes, solve murders, kill people with impunity, and smoke just like a real crime fighter. Or sit on your couch wishing you had a dad who really loved you and a future as something other than a ninny. And now, Moorhead rides again in Moorhead and the Soviet Titwank, or Reds Under the Bed.
Read all about it, read all about it. Soviet spies corrupting the nation. Read all about it. Communists ruining your family. Sleeping with your wife. Pleasuring her better than you ever could. Read all about it.
Molly, come in here and bring me some napalm.
But yes. Alright, so yeah, salvage yard stuff, I'm on GT series videos, community posts, basically.
Exactly, Toots, which is why I was checking if you're paying attention. It's not your fault you're slow.
But yeah, the ballistic, Hanjo, the low, the like low range, like low tier, all that kind of stuff on vehicle here. What's that from, like Dumpsing Resort Heist or something? I think. Could be wrong on those two updates. But it's actually in the complex class, pretty interesting class for that vehicle. Albeit it might have been like D tier or something if I remember right. Yes. Has a max sell value of $246,000 apparently. Oh wait, well before that actually. Right, it's part of the podium robbery apparently. Yes, podium robbery has max sell value $246,000 and a salvage value $196,800. And then Bocce Champion apparently. After that one, Mindtech Supercar from the contract DLC. Has Boris glass on it too, so you should get that glass protection as well in the actual like robbery contract too, which is cool, which is definitely cool. But yeah, it's the mid-range one basically. It has max sell value $391,000. And then a salvage value $312,800 basically. Oh wait, hold on. I'll say those again, but yes. Keep again. Say the robbery, but yeah. It's part of the McTony robbery, apparently the one that goes all the way out to like Paleto Bay and stuff, like water part and everything. Okay, but again, max sell value for 91,000, and salvage value is $312,800. And yeah, I don't know what any of the vanity plates are, by the way, but not going to really matter since you can't claim them anyways. Since you can't claim them anyways. Alright, finally on to Pegasus Russo, which is a supercar from Diamond Casino Resort DLC, if I remember right. Not High Speed Resort, definitely. You can swear on it. That is basically the top range vehicle for this time around, and it is part of the gangbanger robbery with a max sell value for 199,000 and a salvage value for $19,200. So cool. Especially the champion in some ways is kind of nice because you get that extra bullet protection, I guess. Guess when you do it. So that's for better value as the Russo, I guess. uh, so that was that basically. But yeah, my poor vehicle. Landing gear just spawned, it seemed, for the broken pace, of course. Colin sold you the salvage yard, or not salvage yard, but the stash house. I mean, with this, yeah, I'll probably still keep it spawned, I guess, over there. I guess. But yeah, I should definitely go into discounts now. Basically. So I'll kind of check my stream again, I guess. It's been a bit, I think, since doing it, basically. But yes. So every vehicle, or I mean every discount, I mean pretty much from here is basically a vehicle, technically speaking. Some are partial properties though, as it's pretty much been cleared though. But there's no true property discount this time if you don't count the vehicle ones as properties. But yes. So it's like no arena discounts, pretty much as expected. Okay, there is actually a single Benny's discount, apparently. And that goes to the Sabotage Nero, apparently, Nero. Now, this is just for the stock vehicle. Pretty sure, not the customized example. So, I'm not sure if I'll talk much on that or not. Yes. This one is a supercar, 30% off. Every vehicle discount, in fact, is a 30% off, by the way. Necessarily feel like mentioning the discount percent again. Not sure if I will or not. Yes. So 30% off goes from 1,440,000 over to 1,008,000. So a little over $400,000 off. In fact, like $432,000 off. And yeah, no trade price or any of that on this vehicle. I'm pretty certain on that. So yes, going into roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet here. Nero. It looks like it is in the middle of the F tier for the supercar class. And that gives it 39th place for lap time, which regardless of platform looks to be below average. Altogether looks to be below average, basically. And then it is 20th place on top speed. So lap time for the regular one is basically below average for the whole class. So it looks like regardless of platform on the lap time, which is an important one to have usually. The top speed's in the 20s apparently. Or it is literally 20 for top speed, but on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy, that would be in the 10s basically. Which is definitely out top 10, of course, by several placements probably, but still. It's not the worst for top speed, at least. I guess for those curious, the custom example. Apparently that gets into E tier. And that gives it 32nd place for lap time. Which means it's actually technically below average still on the more current platforms, but might just manage barely like above average or something on older platforms, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. So it might actually kind of become above average on the lap time for the whole class of 63 supercars, basically. And then it is like 16th place for top speed. So that best might become like 12th or something for top speed. Which is only a couple outside top 10 again on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy. So it can kind of get up to somewhere interesting, maybe-ish for the top speed. A couple placements out of that top 10. But honestly, you're mostly getting it as a Benny's vehicle for the crazy amount of customization it offers, I would say. Which is fine, that's kind of what the purpose of it is for a Benny's vehicle. The cool thing about the Nero versus Nero Custom, the Nero actually has an active spoiler, kind of like a T20 or something. However, if you do Nero Custom, you do lose that whatsoever, I believe, with a static spoiler, so keep that in mind. So it does have a pretty flashy active spoiler, it does. Yes, it does have a pretty flashy active spoiler apparently, which is kind of cool. I guess if you do get it and keep it non-custom. But yeah, the lifetime will be absolutely horrendous for the class, sadly, if you do keep it non-custom. Even if you do custom it in the current, like in the more current versions of the game, aka PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC, and it still is 32nd, which is just barely below average, though. It's still. So that is interesting, I guess. The latest, I don't think it's going to have anything, sadly. You know, they've been kind of done with plane discounts for a while, since they were already doing a ton of plane discounts before, obviously. So Luxury Motorsport surely next then. Still just a couple over there to talk about, I think. I know the featured ones from like last couple updates. I see. I'm on here, and this does have just basic mind tech stuff. Or doesn't say exactly what it has, but yes, I swear only has the remote, the missile lock-on jammer or the remote control unit. It does only give missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit, no armor or any of that. Again, believe. Alright, so starting off with the P-Fister Comet S2 Cabrio. So unlike with the recent like Jester RR wide body, that's actually a tuner subclass vehicle. Along with the regular Jester RR, the regular Comet S2 actually is a tuner subclass vehicle. However, the Comet S2 Cabrio is not considered a tuner subclass vehicle, I believe, in this game. So you're not going to be able to use it for street pursuit races, any of that tuner stuff, unfortunately, because it's not really considered a tuner subclass for some reason, which is kind of ironic, because they end up doing that for the just our wide body, but whatever. Don't get the inconsistencies in this game sometimes. But yes. Kind of some advantages and disadvantages maybe because of that, though. So yeah, you're not going to be able to use it for robbery contracts, unfortunately, which kind of does suck. But even then, you would probably have better options with the like real Uber, like the Jester RR, anyways, for the regular one, not the kind of dumb wide body one they released. Yeah, 1,797,000, 1,257,000. $900 basically. Like $540-ish thousand discount. It seems. And yeah, Cabrio does not have a trade price, pretty sure, unlike the regular ones. Not again a tuner subclass at all. Albeit the wide body doesn't have that trade price kind of thing either, I'm pretty sure. Still. So yeah, it's priced for everybody on this one, pretty sure, because it's a Cabrio, not the regular one. It does apparently also get a missile lock-on jammer on it, as well as the latest edition Sabotage. That's pretty good. So that definitely does increase the value on it a bit, but you do have to spend 400k on that lock-on jammer, just keep in mind, of course. Which the discount price for 30% off would take it to $1,657,000, which is still cheaper than an actual basic vehicle on a normal week, but still. Yes, going into performance on this one actually matters for this one, not being into the tuner subclass after all. Which all the sport tuner subclass ones don't really get great performance anyways. Apparently the Comet S2 Cabrio is at the way bottom of the F tier. In that case, it's 60th place for lap time, which is below average for the class of 115 sports cars. But it is 13th place on that top speed, which is not all that bad, actually. And considering there is 6 sport car HSW vehicles in the game, that's pretty much at least 7th place on the top speed if you are on PlayStation 4, so that's one PC Legacy, or if you are on a race where HSW is like, I don't know, disabled or something, or Race Host does it or something, in like a current lobby or something. So top speed is pretty nice on this vehicle. That's for sure, apparently. Yeah, lap time maybe would be just barely above average as well if you take away those like 6 HSW wins if you're on PlayStation 4, it's 1 PC Legacy, but still. It does have a lock-on jammer at least, so that does make it more worth it than your average civilian vehicles, so that is definitely pretty good. Hard recommend it over the regular Comet. Hard recommend it over the regular Comet S2, though, not being a tuner subcost, though. For Robbery Contract 6, though. That's a Contract DLC vehicle, I'm just gonna get it. Along with the one next to it as well, with the Orthodox Xeno, apparently. Now this vehicle goes from $2,820,000 up to $1,974,000. So that is 846-ish thousand, I think, off or something. Just basically. Definitely getting several $1,000s off, 30% off on this one, it seems. Yeah, the Xeno, I can't exactly, I feel, remember the most good stuff about it, unfortunately. Even though name reminds me of Xeno, like Xenoblade, but with Z instead of X. Sadly, I don't remember it being anywhere near as good. Just felt like making a Xenoblade reference, I guess. And the weirdest way possible there, but okay. Apparently it's in the F tier for the supercar class, giving it a 38th place apparently for the lap time. However, it is 12th place apparently for top speed actually, so it actually is pretty decent on the top speed, because on PlayStation 4 it's plus 1 PC Legacy, it would actually be a single digit top speed placement. So it is within top 10 top speed technically on those older platforms. And also, of course, if race host, if like the host of a lobby of a race decides to disable that, whatever, for this platform, that would technically be the case as well, I believe. So it can be nice depending on certain circumstances for the top speed at least. And then tuner subcost vehicle here with the P-Fister Growler up next, which is the other P-Fister tuner sides for the regular Comet S2, basically. I can't remember which one performs a bit better, but I'm willing to think it's kind of in the above average section for like the sports class vehicles for tuner subcost stuff. Pretty sure. Willing to bet that at least. But yeah, street races, pursuit races. It may be able to be kind of good for street pursuit races, but yeah. Sadly, I can't really view the tuner subclass on the spreadsheet from 152. It's not really a section on that. And I can't even really view the general sports class section, so take that with kind of a grain of salt because I'm not about to look at a whole video just to find that out. And I just want to make sure go to the spreadsheet. So I'm not sure if this one or the regular constitute tends to be better too. That may or may not determine like how good this may kind of be for street pursuit races, kind of compared to another option. Also, actually, 1,220,250 over to $804,165. Yes, indeed. 300, like 70-ish, 60, 70-ish, or something around there. Offer something. Not the most, but it does put to 6 digits from 7 digits, which is nice. Kind of makes it a 1 hour grind, at least for a stock vehicle, if you do have the trade price. That is. And your trade price for this one, you need like somewhere between like ranks 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. One of those like ranks, basically every 5 ranks up to like rank 75 is how you get the trade price for that one, I'm pretty sure. There's one for 80, 85 as well, but that's for the Criminal Enterprises DLC. 2 tuner vehicles they did there, basically. And yeah, I don't think they made a 90 or anything for the just or wide body, even though they should have, I feel. But I was already at that amount anyways, so like, I don't really know about that, really. This might have potential to be pretty nice for street pursuit races, but I'm not 100% since you can't really check the tuner subclass on the spreadsheet, only means sports class as. And then any of them could be kind of good for rob contracts, so could obviously at least do that. So this being on discount can be nice, regardless of how it does on the races per se. But yes. In terms of the actual sports class, it actually seems to be kind of under the Calco GTF apparently for a lap time. So it's under like Calco GTF Vector, Sultan RS Classic, and the Just R wide body apparently for lap time. So it may actually be pretty decent for street races and pursuit races, perhaps. Because yeah, Calco GTF is considered. Calco GTF is, yes, kind of considered pretty decent. And then yeah, below that's way below that's like the just RR, the non-wide body one, which is not really necessarily considered good for the lap time or for top speed. See, I'm willing to bet this one actually could be kind of usable for the street pursuit races, pretty much. And yeah, obviously anything can be kind of useful for robbery contracts, since you can kind of take your sweet time with those. Yeah, for some reason you care about the sports car performance of it, which doesn't really matter anyways. Currently looks to be for its main class here, of course, scores. Looks to be in the E tier, and that gives it a 33rd place for lap time, as well as 40th place on top speed. Which, regardless of how you slice it, it's pretty much actually. Above average for both hot time and top speed for sports class. But yeah, again, I noticed tuner subclass ones tend to be all out good for general sport class as a whole, and they're more for their and they are all more for their tuner subclass always for the sports ones for sure. Alright, yeah, that was it. Just those free. It looks like for the Legendary Motorsport website. Alright, let's on to the Warstock Cash and Carry website, where you have stuff for the MSC Terabyte. And yeah, this as well, basically. But yes. So the Mobile Operations Center and the upgrades, modifications for it as well, 30% off. Yes, indeed. So you have the Hollow Custom and the Phantom Custom. I don't believe the decision really matters much on that, if I recall. The performance isn't really much different from each other, if I recall. There's two of them, so I'm just going to go over both of those performance-wise, and it's already useful without performance in mind, even with all this stuff it provides. I do the hauler just because it's more expensive, I think, personally. I don't think it really matters too much, so I'd probably just go for the hauler. Yeah, Bay 1 here, I have Command Center here, basically. What starts off a single exterior turret as standard, so Command Center is basically an area where you use those like weaponized turret things, which debuted on the Mobile Operations Center. If you're familiar with the Avenger, it seems to basically be the same weapons, but you can't like use all the different like weapons in one seat. You have to actually get up and down the seats if you need to use a different like weaponry in the Command Center, where like a couple different guns can have up to I think. But the weaponry is explosive on it, so pretty good for damage and stuff, obviously. Besides for that, you have the living quarters going from 145,000 over to 1,500, apparently. The living quarters probably just somewhere where you're relaxing, it seems. But you might not get a wardrobe here normally, so it might be a way to get a like movable wardrobe, I guess, if you want that for some reason. But obviously, you should be going to Command Center pretty much for weaponry wrapped in like a little wardrobe, I would say. What I was Bay 2 Weapon Workshop allows you to get Mark II weapons. It was also the original way of getting Mark II weapons, so it is kind of the one I would kind of recommend in a way. However, there are weapon workshops that do have more convenience to them. Like, for example, I think there's one in the arcade that you don't necessarily pay for it. I think it's active as long as you have, like, a finale active, I believe. Or it's just a heist altogether, I mean, active. It doesn't even have to be just finale. It could be just any sort of casino heist active at all times. Would allow you basically to get a weapon workshop pretty much free of charge. I think the Freak Shop also allows a weapon workshop, and I don't think you add it as a modification or anything either, so that's pretty much complimentary weapon workshop as well that comes to mind. One at the brick shop definitely does come to mind, especially with full gun jobs, I guess, on 2 times and acid stuff going on. The empty bay, apparently. Yeah. You have the weapon and vehicle workshop, which basically is a combination one. This is basically a combination one, yes, indeed, which allows you to customize vehicles in there as well. Honestly, you don't really need the vehicle workshop much anymore. You can just do all the same stuff in the Avenger, and also the weaponized mechanic, I believe, as well for the arena workshop. So back in its debut DLC was pretty good, but a couple updates later, I would say it kind of got redundant, and it's better just replace with, and it was actually better replaced with the personal vehicle storage. Basically. That one goes from $955,000 over $668,500, so almost $300,000 off there. We're at 40% off of C's, see. And then yeah, last but not least, you have that personal vehicle storage, which yes, like I talked about, it is unique vehicle storage, as in it's one extra vehicle you can store that you cannot get through some other method. And like some actual property, you don't get to replace the storage for the vehicle there with, to put in an actual property and nothing. In a sense, all yes, indeed. And then again, I did mention that spawn convenience you can actually get there. Whatever vehicle you basically have in that, you can just spawn right away with the interaction menu without necessarily having to call it a mechanic, which is actually a very nice feature. And I kind of wish more properties had a feature like that for basic personal vehicles. So, something you use a lot is definitely a good option to put there with that extra spawn convenience, not having to call mechanic constantly for it. I would totally, definitely say no doubt. And yeah, that was basically, for the most part, kind of it, basically. Except there's interior color as well. Going from 115,000 over to 80,500. A little over 30k off apparently there, which is not necessarily a big deal. Primary color, okay. Any sort of modification to primary color or second color seems to be the same amount. Kind of. As far as I can tell, almost primary color can be changed free, and then it's just charging a price over the secondary, basically. Which you can't really have like all those same options available and like all those primary color options. The MOC is nice for that personal vehicle storage, especially with the convenience to not just go over to mechanic for one of your vehicles constantly. Because I think eventually the game forgets like what you last had to do. Like request personal vehicle, like button on the interaction menu if you don't play it the most often. At least. And take like day breaks and stuff from the game, basically. And then it's on to the terabyte. Next. Which any of those interior tends to go from 105,000 over to $73,500 on that percent off. One of the interior decal, another cosmetic kind of one, really, which has all kinds of variant amounts. 40K to 20K, for like 127,500 to $89,250. It all really kind of depends on like which one you want, really. And using a certain trick, I can also see kind of the other ones I have. Yes. We got turret station. Apparently lets you lock on to 5 separate targets, which is interesting. Missile tracking is actually super ass on this vehicle though. Also, I don't think even animates like that anymore. I think it's kind of just solid for whatever reason nowadays. So that part of it's completely broken. It doesn't actually look that cool on it, sadly. Yeah, missiles are extremely inaccurate, but it can lock on a lot of separate targets at once. It can also land it. No. It can also lock on the targets on foot, which is weird. So yeah, on foot characters can literally be locked onto, I believe, which is very interesting. Definitely no doubt there. Trying to think if there's anything else worth mentioning there, basically. But you might be able to combine it with like newer features, for example, like silent running, for example, and you might not even be on the radar when you're using that while stationary, which is pretty crazy good. But yeah, with that, a group of two. With that, yes, a group of two is definitely not something to mess with, no doubt. In a sense. If done right, surely. But you can lock on foot targets. Oh, that's what I was maybe thinking actually. Hold on, for something else I want to mention. I may have heard it also might bypass the missile lock-on jammer vehicles as well, but I'm not really sure about that. But it does hit on foot targets, if I recall, with lock-on. So it can actually lock onto it on foot targets, like just literally characters on their bare feet. Which is definitely interesting. Gang, I think I have heard that in case. And then, yes. I heard it can also lock onto vehicles with lock-on jammer, but again, not really sure how true that is. But even in the missile accuracy is pretty ass apparently on the vehicle anyways, so like, yeah, not sure how that would possibly go in the slightest. Drone station up next. So like I said, this is very important if you want access to all this client jobs, so that alone makes it very worthwhile to get. So you can do diamond shopping, the Life Invader one, arguably 2 most worthwhile ones to take advantage of. We're 2 times event lectors right now. Weapon workshop again, same drill as, C1. Basically. And then last but not least, specialized workshop, which is the only thing that lets you modify the Mark II, Pegasi Present Mark II, which in some ways is the best grinding vehicle in the game, even with all the nerfs and stuff. How much of a tiny target it is, very good for speed running different missions and whatnot. Obviously, it's not as good as it was pre-nerfs, obviously, but it still can be pretty good, like very damn good, depending on the situation, even over other vehicles that may have given it like a run for its money, really. So a lot of really good upgrades for turret station, drone station, specialized workshop at least. So at least half of those are definitely pretty good to take advantage of, no doubt. And it even has new features as well that you can do in the garment factory that aren't really listed. Like I mentioned, for example, silent running, there's like the collectible scanner. Missile lock-on jammer, I think you can do as well. And you can have it all on at once, so you can literally have lock-on jammer and I think the silent running, which, again, what the name is only active like when you're not in movement, I think, for that. Stealth capabilities that it has, no doubt. And I think there's one other thing too, if I remember right, that might have been new with that, so like a fourth option, this kind of would have been more recent. It did gain a livery with the FIB one or whatever, I believe, as well, with the latest Agent Sabotage DLC for like tier 2, whatever, so you can dress it up a little bit with the livery now, which is nice. Oh yeah, I think it was the Master Control Terminal, I think, actually, for the other one, now that I think about it, for the fourth one I was trying to think of, but yeah. It's basically the same thing as the, like, one in your arcade, basically, but it's able to be put on the move, which I guess could be longer, which, no, Tuxedo stands for Quan, which, yes, I guess could be more worth it for, like, a longer session that you plan to stay on for, like, a long time, if you need to be able to call one on the go. But if you're usually in lobbies for like a short time where you don't bother with the Master Control Terminal the most, arcade one honestly does pretty fine still, I would say. They'll be able to check the Master Control Terminal and to be able to do resupply missions that we can also run for the Terabyte even from like the After Hours DLC. It is definitely a nice combo to have that the arcade will definitely not be able to replicate, I'm pretty sure. And at least nowhere near the same way, pretty sure. Unlocked, of course, from the missions, like I said. The arcade 6x6, of course, gives you assets. Of course, it does give you access to the asset lab business, which is very nice. If you buy this way, it seems to come with the stuff for what's it called? It seems to come with the Asset Lab installed in it already if you do it this way with buying it, and also seems to come with the complimentary Mission Scout C doing this way too, and not just with obviously the doing it for the missions. So buying it can be nice to fast track if you don't want to bother with the first those missions, but yeah, honestly I just recommend doing the missions, just ignoring the little discount here entirely, basically. Well, it's already only 750k, so like if you didn't do it beforehand, I feel like you're probably just better off doing the missions first. I mean, money to customize it as well, or whatever, for those missions or something. It's something to think about. You can actually get a jump start on that customization and get through those missions instead of doing it the other way around, which is buying outright. Zero, it's just a way to fast track doing it, basically. Basically for the outside my business. And yeah, the vehicle itself is pretty armored and does also have like EMP mines and like other like arena kind of mine types you can kind of apply to it. So it's not as weaponized crazy as like the MSC or anything like the Avenger or Terabyte stuff. Mostly just uses like the different like arena mines. I think that's something you can basically do if I recall right, for sure. Yeah, Manchester Scout C could have been a pretty nice vehicle for all I know. For all I know. But yeah, that's not really my focus points. Cannot buy outright. Comes complimentary once you purchase the actual vehicle, it seems. So yes. That's where I went past him. My bad. Just didn't have a discount label on there or something. Make sure there's any other ones or not before I move on. No. Before I do move on. No. Yes, indeed. I think that was it for Warstock discounts. It seems. Alright, then there's 4 last vehicle discounts apparently for San Andreas, it looks like. Looks like. Starting with the classic Walton 035, yes indeed, from going from $1,670,000 to $1,169,000, like around 500k off, in fact 501k off actually, $1,000 off. Off-road vehicle, definitely I'm sure on that. Yes indeed. So, the classic Watson L 5 I don't exactly remember it being the greatest for off-road, unfortunately, but whatever. But anyways, going on number 452's vehicle spreadsheet. Looks like it is in the F tier apparently if I want to know 5. It's an F tier. And that gets it 19th place for a lap time. And top speed as well, apparently. Okay. So same placement for both lap time top speed. That's interesting. That's definitely pretty interesting. Which, yeah, there's a good bit more off-road vehicles. That's not actually necessarily too terrible. Basically. Double 19, interesting, though. Alright, honestly, I'm getting kind of tired again, it seems. I will take another break here, so I'll be on probably this thing of the website again for a while, still staring at the image, but won't actually be there for maybe 5-10 minutes. So just keep that in mind, just definitely keep that in mind. Right, back again. Sorry about that shit. Tired of shit and everything. Sadly though, sadly though. So I think I did go over the performance on this if I remember right. Whatnot. Course. Again, 19th and 19th, which is out of top 10, no matter platform. There's 47 raceable off-road vehicles in the game now, so to expand a little bit on what I think I said earlier. Kind of good because it is above average for the class, of course, but at the same time, fucking yeah. Above average for the class in both metrics. However, it is well off that top 10. I mean, this I think it's not really the most important vehicle out there to have off-road class, surely. Alright, then. Onto a vehicle from Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. It is the classic Tulip M100. Going from $1,658,000 over to $1,160,600. Okay. A little under $500,000 this time for savings, it seems. In comparison to the one before, that one over, of course. This one's for a muscle car class. In fact, all the remaining discounts at this point, I believe, are muscle cars as well. But yes. Pretty sure every remaining discount at this point is a muscle car. For the rest of them, I gotta go for here. Alright, but yes. So for the muscle car class, this one's at the bottom of the F tier, apparently. Which gives it 45th place for lap time. And also 24th place top speed. There's a total of 86 muscle cars in the game. There is a total of 86 muscle cars in the game. Yes, indeed. So technically speaking, if you were to remove the 4HSW vehicles, if you were on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Legacy for legacy platforms, it would actually be able to be above average for both lap time and top speed then, which is obviously good. So it's able to at least be above average for the class, but yeah. It's pretty much stuck in the 20s, it seems, at like best when it comes to top speed. 24 to like 20th or so. Its best placement gets in its whole performance metrics, basically. Which is double digits out of top 10, so honestly, I don't necessarily feel this one's too worthwhile to pick up. Unless you're a Tulip fan for the regular Tulip and the Tulip M100, don't necessarily know if there's too much reason to pick it up besides for that, I guess. And then last two discounts, so to be the Class A Impaler LX this time around. For obviously the civilian version, not the cruiser one. From $1,465,000 over to $1,025,500. He has 440,000 ish around there. Seems off on the price of that. Seems. And this vehicle here apparently looks to be in the C tier for the muscle car class. Which apparently gives it 24th place for lap time and then 29th place for top speed, very much above average for the class. And it would be like 20th place basically at best for lap time, and 25th place at best for top speed, it seems. Since there's 4 HSW muscle cars, it's a clear one for earlier. Which again means there'll be at least double digit, like 10 placements out of top 10, which honestly, don't necessarily know if that's the most worthwhile to shoot for. Maybe it could be a little worthwhile to go for this over to Cruiser 1 if you care for muscle car races, I guess. But again, it is kind of 10 placements out of top 10, even for that. Lap time, regardless of platforms, stuff. Honestly, nah, that one maybe would probably just be a better one to get as a cruiser variant or whatever for a police variant, or for the police variant is indeed. But yes, last but not least then is the Willard Eudora. Going from 1,250,000 over to 875,000. Which is what, $375,000 off? Okay. And yeah, this vehicle, in addition to the usual performance stuff, this vehicle, if you have a taxi livery on it, well, I'll show you how to use it for the taxi work, which is a little more unique. Definitely. So you can actually use the vehicle for taxi work, for a more unique way of making money, albeit not really the greatest, of course, since even VIP work at times, at least when first got introduced, could outbeat the pay of like VIP work, and so can outpay like taxi work or whatever, basically. Yes. According to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, for the last vehicle to go over for discount here, Willard's door. It's apparently is at the bottom of the J tier, which is so bad it gets 66th place for a lap time. And then it does also get 57th place for top speed. So literally no matter what you do with the vehicle, like regardless of platform, all that stuff, you're really not getting anything out of this vehicle for performance. It just seems that way. So really, I think this vehicle is mostly for taxi work, aside from customization, personal preference, kind of reasons for owning the vehicle. Actually though. Oh, and he also did add a lock-on jammer to this too, apparently in the Agent's Sabotage. Right. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, but a lock-on jammer available for it. Didn't realize that. Makes it even more worthwhile then. But yeah, getting a lock-on jammer with this discounted price, definitely a little more expensive than the actual like cost of the basic vehicle. Not to discount, but whatever. Pretty worth it, I would say. And I kind of forget, there might be a trade price tied to this, I kind of forget, because the tax at work. Or maybe there's just a challenge to unlock delivery and there's no actual trade price for the vehicle. I kind of forget. I think it might be the latter, and therefore might not even be a trade price for that, actually. Yeah, actually, no. So it should be all 11 vehicle discounts now. Basically. Or whatever. Or at least for vehicles, there's 11. There might be some overlap, of course, with upgrades, modifications, which I already went over those. Which yes, I already went over those anyways. Yes, just yes. So it was terabyte upgrades. It was yes, terabyte upgrades, modifications, mobile operations center, upgrades, modifications, until Brickade 606 acid lab, installation included. Orfazzino, Mr. Comet S2 Cabrio. Physical Growler, Friday Neuro, Class A Impaler LX, Classic Tulip M100, Classic Walton for 5, and then finally Wardy Door. Okay. Alright, yes, that was all the discounts for the entire event. Seems at this point. So cool. It's quite literally just have the bare minimal stash house HSW time Charles to go now. Then awesome. So go Avenger Forster one more time to get to that, and then stash house. Or maybe multiple times, depending on how just 25 goes, like at least a time after that, possibly even then. Unless I just decide to go for the HSW vehicle, get down over to the. Alright, well, it's just in Textile City, it's not far actually from where I am, actually. For the stash house, as much as I was thinking initially, like thinking of a desert location, but that was last one were to go from the Sandy Shores Desert basically all the way over to right over there. Right. Stupid hernia road and everything. But anyways, yes indeed. What's it called? It's not as far as I thought, obviously, though. I was thinking of a desert location where the town Charles, but yeah. It goes up the Stap City, not like start there, basically. And then the last one was a desert one, so I just got confused there, basically. Oh shit. I do have lawyers on it. Okay. And not Chad, feels expected, as expected. For a plane, before a plane. All the movie already has, I guess. Whoa! Okay, how did I hit anything? Whatever. I didn't notice I was going to hit something there, or what the fuck? What the fuck? God, whatever. Tyra's body probably fucked me up there, huh? Or my stupid
Force
hernia
mutual.
for
How can I be of
whatever.
service?
Whatever.
I'll look into it.
Yo, dude.
I'd head home now, but I don't want to get stuck in traffic.
Yeah, totally.
I think after this, I'm definitely just going to get this 9.5. It's 9.5, it's 9.50. It's 9.5, it's 9.5. It's 9.5 actually. It's just sound more proper, I guess. Alright, showed what my Nyko 1 was recently. Not to check back, I guess. It's period. But surely not where you need to take it is actually. I'm probably not gonna check then. Probably not gonna check then. Not down.
Hold down. Fall it down.
Uh-uh. 28-11-97. Okay. Not really the greatest combination. Especially for that 28. It's kind of wears off. Start at the start. Yeah, I was like one off on each one somehow when using stick, whatever. But I think the last couple of times I just got bunkers, and all my biker businesses might be good. And somehow my acid pretty much done as well for the stash house, I'm not sure. Given the last few times I had bunker, I was just either lucky both times, or like... That's somehow the only thing I have going, I guess.
I keep it real all day.
Should probably try to call the mechanic. It might be stalled over there anyways, as I just stand here anyways. Hopefully. Okay, maybe just
I'm on the
go
clock.
by here,
What you want?
yeah.
Some wheels?
Which one is it in again?
I'm out of bullets. Damn, man, I think I'm a die.
That's not in the office garage, right?
I'm reloading.
Jesus Christ, I don't know if I have much opportunity here. I think where it's at, man.
It's over for you.
I want to be in the agency. And,
Keep me safe. Hey, sir, I'm reloading.
it's in my Eclipse. For sure. Yes,
I'll bring
indeed.
it by.
Yeah, I'm gonna die, I'm pretty
I
sure.
got stuff to do.
Whatever.
You stupid ass motherfucker.
Then you might be right for once, actually. Then. Or y'all done, actually. Y'all shit, accuracy and shit. Trying to jack me out of there or something like that. Vehicle. And shit up like that at all. Respect for them hoodlum nippers and shit. Yeah, I got bunker again, I think. For Tommy, it seems. Yeah, it's actually the only thing I've been getting the last couple times, so good sign, I guess. And yeah, I don't think I've been doing extra stash houses at all. I've just been doing the stream ones, pretty sure. By the way, by the way. Okay, 1 minute 47 at least for the current. It's not 5 apparently. Apparently. Still some daytime left if need be for some reason, but I'm not expecting it's going to be anywhere near as much of a bitch as RGT in like really any of the ones, or maybe I'm wrong somehow. Fucking game. I don't know how that fucking happened, but okay. I really don't understand how that actually ended up happening, but whatever. Oh, fools. Bro, what? How did that go so head on with me? What the fuck? Fine. Jeez, I didn't expect that to go so head on with my ass there. What the fuck, though? What the fuck, though? It was because of these damn AIs in my way initially and fucking me up. Like a rough little run. Move. Bruh. Stupid taco van, come on. How it got in my way, that fucking taco van. Surprised the vehicle went like entirely in front of me there. Actually surprised since I did that hella earlier than I probably should have. But whatever. Doesn't really matter as long as I don't hit anything though, which I kinda did not, but I might have broke a bit too and stuff, cause how long was out there. So, yeah. Gotta make some how that will end up being. I don't know. That may have been a slight mistake. Doing certain things as I did. Oh, come on. I had to brake a little because I felt like I was too quick. I was going to hit something real hard. All the traffic and shit. Okay. Not quite 1 minute 30, and I'm kind of getting near the kind of bridge over to that or whatever. Okay, let's go. First try, like first full try, I mean. Basically. Easy. Got ranked 938 now. Let's go. Awesome. Did I hit 15 million now, or whoa, just barely? Maybe not, no. Might be high 14 million instead. Alright, yeah, no, I will be. I will. It will actually be 50 million now. Awesome. 15,023,189 dollars, it seems. Hell yes. Hell yes, hell yes. Alright, check my stream, and I'll be done, basically. Basically. But yes. May could have got this done under 5 hours if I weren't, like, tired like a bitch, damn it. About, like, 10-15-ish minutes under 5 hours. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much to me how long these go, quite frankly. Last one was 6-ish hours because of tiredness. At least this one didn't. Did part of its break, or is that just how mine looks? Actually, might be the latter. Actually, I don't. I think I hit anything on that hard. Could be wrong though. But yes. Yeah, I really wish I was able to play those other 2 maps on the fucking hunting pack at Lamar, but yeah, fucking stupid internet service provider, stupid ass internet service provider ISP was a bitch. And yeah, on my stream, Lamar fucking left, and I guess the way the game mode works is once one ends, it goes to like whatever map after, which kind of annoyed me instead of giving the option to vote or something. I think it should actually be on a voting screen, which would actually be much better. How do I get this sawed off? What stuff? Touchpad? Whatever. But I didn't understand why it would like force it through just because there's like 20 free maps. It couldn't really do much with the voting screen or something to add that for that. It could just feature 3 random things or like 5 random things or something, I feel, or whatever. Or whatever amount they need to put on there that weren't even related. I feel it would have been fine. But I mean, whatever. Fucking crackheads anymore with how much adult content I feel. I feel like they should have given at least a couple weeks, like the lunar stuff. No reason they couldn't have done that, I feel. What's the point of having a new mode if it's just gonna be for a week anyways, really? Like, seriously. I feel that's like the shortest amount of time a new mode lasted, I feel. But whatever. Not missed too much anyways. I kind of got to experience the roles on like 1 map anyways. Still would have been nice to play on them though. Just shame my stupid ISP was being a bitch. So I had to take the internet down at the house briefly or something. If I had Simeon fucking calls. But shame that damn ISP decided to be a bitch out there. With the internet going down and shit. Like an hour, I think. From like 12 a.m. to like 1 a.m.-ish. It's fucking dumb as fuck. Unlucky as shit I was, unfortunately. Yes, that's definitely gonna be it for the stream though. Next stream sounds like a Reddit event might have happened starting today, so Reddit actually might be next and then GTA after that this time. Where it will be a little bit different. Yes, that's gonna be it for the stream. What does mountain lion, does that mean? I could technically get a picture of it. Fuck it, why not? There. Didn't harm it. Why not? Can't get me up here, bitch. Do I get risky? Oh shit. No! Damn it. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Damn. Fucking mountain one. Oh shit, are they shooting a mountain one? Yo. I would actually be happy with that. I have no idea. I see blood over here though. Maybe they did kill it over here, or maybe that was my blood actually. Right. but still did that though. Somewhere, so. Oh yeah, whoa, okay. They did go to Mountain Lion. Yo, fuck yes. Oh shit, shit. Goddamn. Getting hella stream moments here, I guess. Starting on the ending. Interesting. Gotta make sure it's dead now.
This is lost turf. Fuck off.
Alright, one more time, bitch. I don't know. whatever. Okay, what that was an interesting end. I was talking Red Dead amount on shows up suddenly. Got an extra 20k for that picture though. Made it useful. And awesome C fucking killed it. Hilarious. They actually did me. They actually did me a huge favor there. Holy fucking shit, man. Alright, it's almost 11:10. Jeez. I think that's fine. That'll be it for the stream now. Next stream again should be Red Dead Online for once. Because an event apparently starting today. I think it started. And then yeah, this game again. And get into May territory, which could somehow get spicy for the next game, from what I hear. With every investor calling, it's more and more unlikely, perhaps. So I'm definitely excited and stuff to come, I guess. Hopefully. So now funny be it for the stream now. Hope you enjoyed.